how this is gonna go. I've been wanting to do this video for so long. I don't know where to even start, to be honest. I've thought about scripting this video before. I actually a long time ago tried to script this video, but I stopped because it just felt like there was too much to write down and it was getting too scripted, and I want it to be more authentic. Also, there's just so much that happened that it's hard to remember every single thing and put it in chronological order, which I really would love to do that, but then it would just become too scripted. I want to just be authentic and tell it from my memory and from my POV. And if there's things that I remember here and there along the way, I will try my best to tell you guys about those things and piece them together, where they fit in the story and stuff like that. But this video is gonna be a video where I tell you guys a big story, a massive story about something that happened in my life that changed me forever. It made me into the man I am today. I've talked about this story to a lot of different people that are close to me, but I feel like there's bits and pieces that they don't know of that I have not said, or maybe they just don't remember because there's so much to it. Freaking train right now is going by my town, so I'm gonna wait for that to freaking stop. I know this is random, but these are the best chips right here, I swear. I swear. Even though I know chips are bad for you, like really bad for you, this is the best chips right here. I want to tell you guys about me a little bit before I get into this story. First of all, my name is Braden Castro. Braden Castro. As of right now, as of me recording this, it is 10:45 p.m. Sunday, June 22nd, 2025. I am 22 years old. I will be 23 years old in November. When this all happened in my life, this story that I'm about to tell you guys, I was only 13 years old, about to be 14. I just know that it was back in 2017 when this happened, and I'm pretty sure I was 13 years old, about to turn 14. No, I'm pretty sure I was 14 years old, about to turn 15. That's it. Yeah, I remember. It was during the summer between 8th grade and high school, and I remember being 14, and the people that were involved in this, we were all the same age, and that one of them was already turning 15, and she was older than us by a few months. Just to kind of give you guys a little bit of a heads up, this story is very deep, and there are some parts of this story that still haunt me to this day. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys, because there are things that happened to me that embarrassed me so bad that I still think about them sometimes, and I can just feel this weight come over me and this just like anxiety of like, oh my God, that really happened. And like, I feel the same feelings that I felt in those moments pretty much. I'm trying to think. I feel like there's something I need to tell you guys before I get into this story. Oh yeah, the main reason why I am telling you guys this story right now is because I have been feeling the Holy Spirit tugging on me and trying to guide me to pretty much make this video for a long time now. I know some of you watching you may not believe in God, you may not believe in Jesus, you may not have faith in any God or anything like that, but within the last year and a half, I have stumbled across a lot of different podcasts and just people on YouTube talking about Jesus and stuff like that. And before I stumbled across these people, I did believe in an afterlife. I did believe that there was a God because of just how much paranormal evidence there is out there in the world. You cannot convince me there's not an afterlife. So I believed that there was definitely an afterlife for sure. I believed that there was a God and that Jesus was real, because there would be so many moments during, like, I don't know if any of you guys watching this know this show, Ghost Adventures, but I binge watched all of their seasons, and there's just been so many times over their show where they have used Jesus's name to provoke demonic entities or demonic forces, and they usually end up getting a reaction when they use Jesus' name. And that right there proves to me that there's something to Jesus. Like, to me, it was like, why would these demonic forces, these demonic entities, these demonic spirits, or maybe even literally just to be plain Jane about it, demons, why would these demons have such an aggressive reaction to the name Jesus if Jesus wasn't real? Like, that's how I saw it. So I believed that Jesus was real, that God was real, that there was an afterlife, that there was a heaven and hell. But I didn't know much about Jesus or God at all. And so like the last year or so, where I started, like, I stumbled across George Janko's podcast. I don't know if any of you guys know George Janko and his podcast, but I stumbled across his podcast while I was sitting here playing Halo, and I was on Forge mode building stuff just because I was, just chilling and having a good time, and I was listening to music and whatnot, and I stumbled across his podcast because it got recommended to me in my feed, and I started watching it and listening to it, and I started learning a lot about Jesus and God and stuff like that. And it's been about a year, like over a year or so, probably even longer, since I first stumbled across his podcast, and I have learned so much about Jesus and God and all that. To keep it short and sweet, I have surrendered my life to Jesus. Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and for, I would say, a very long time now, like months and months, I've been feeling this like urge to start this channel where I just tell stories about things that have happened to me in my life. I have been trying to be a YouTuber for a long time now. And I do videos right now I'm doing videos on Call of Duty Zombies on another channel, but I have not gotten to a point where I can live off of it. And that's what I've been trying to do for years now, because I've been wanting to be a YouTuber since I was like 13. I don't know, maybe this is the channel where things start finally happening. I don't know. But yeah, today I was listening to Bryce Crawford's podcast a lot while I was playing Black Ops 6 Zombies, and I was just grinding the battle pass just because I already bought it and I'm trying to get it done and over with so I can get my COD points back. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but I was just, grinding that while I was listening to Bryce Crawford and the people on his podcast, and I just started feeling like this. I do not know who that is. Somebody just honked their horn right outside, but I'm gonna keep going. Maybe these distractions and stuff like that, like the train and the car honking, now the dog barking, maybe they're literally just distractions from the enemy. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, that are watching this, that aren't really religious or don't really believe in any of this stuff, the enemy is pretty much the devil, but not like him himself, but more like his demons that he has sent around the world to pretty much cause chaos and destroy people's lives. And the enemy will try whatever they can to stop you from fulfilling God's purpose in your life and, finding Jesus and whatnot. And they will destroy you, literally, if you let them. That's why there's so much chaos in the world nowadays, and that's why there's been chaos in the world for like ever, literally. It's because of our sinful nature, and then the enemy just freaking, what is the word for it? The first thing that came to my mind is the enemy is literally revving it up and trying to get this sinful nature to just run wild in the world. The reason why I'm here and I am telling this story right now is because I felt like the Holy Spirit was guiding me and telling me to do this because it's very important and it's a part of God's plan for me. So that's why I'm here telling this story. Not only that, but ever since this happened to me, this story that I'm about to tell you guys, like literally once I started getting better and started getting past what happened to me, I've had this urge, this calling, this feeling of I need to tell this story to the world because it was so significant and such a big thing for me in my life. Here are some of the reasons why I want to tell you guys this story. The first reason, and this is the reason why I wanted to tell it since like it ever happened to me. I know that there's other people out there in this world that are suffering, that are going through the same thing that I went through, or maybe they have already gone through something like that. I just want people to know they're not alone. There are other people in this world that are going through things that are similar to what you're going through. I just want people to know that they're going to be fine. They're going to be okay. They're going to get through it. And I just pray and hope that all these people watching, that they just find Jesus, that they find him, and that they realize who he is, and they start following him, and they surrender their life to him, because that is literally the most important thing. If not the most important thing, one of the most important things for us to do in our lives is to truly find him and surrender our lives to him, because without him, we're going to be lost and we're going to go to hell without him. Like literally, that's just the truth. That's the first reason. It's because I feel like everybody needs to hear this. Another reason why I wanted to tell this story is what I just told you guys. I feel like God wants me to tell this story because there's a reason for it. There's a purpose behind it. And I feel like those are really the two main reasons why I want to tell you guys this story. One, I feel like there's a lot of people out there that need to hear this. And two, God, I feel like he wants me to tell this story. I just hope there's some people out there that will listen to this whole video. And even if you don't listen to it all in one sitting, please come back and finish listening to it, because I feel like this video is going to be very important for a lot of people, and I feel like it could help a lot of people that, you know, feel like they're alone, because I just want to let you guys know you're not alone. There are other people out in this world that are going through the same stuff. Some people are probably going through things that are worse. And I also want to let you guys know that Jesus is real, and he loves every single one of you. Every single person that has ever existed, he loves every single one of them unconditionally, and he loves them all equally. And if you just invite him into your life and talk to him and build a relationship with him and let him take charge of your life, let him take control, you're going to go places, and your life's going to be, it's not going to be all sunshines and rainbows. It's not going to be like that. There's definitely going to be hard times in your life, but you'll find more peace than you'll ever find in anything else in Jesus. Literally. But yeah, let me just get right into this. It was either 2016 or 2015. It was one of those years, but I want to say it was 2016. I was at my dad's house. For those of you that don't know, my dad and my mom are divorced. I was at my dad's house, and I was playing on my Xbox, and I was on Minecraft, and I was building one of my Minecraft zombie maps, because I'm really into doing that. I'm not going to go super into detail on what Minecraft zombie maps are, but just to give you guys a short summary of what they are pretty much Call of Duty Zombies maps, but in Minecraft, doing it in Minecraft. And so yeah, I was building my own Minecraft zombie map. And I've actually tried to make a lot of them. So this is like one of many that I was trying to make that I never, finished. I was trying to make one of my maps, and I was just chilling, having a good time, just vibing. I think I was listening to my music, and I got invited to a party by my friend Jimmy, and he is literally like my best friend, like number one best friend. To this day, he's still up there as one of my best friends ever, like literally. But yeah, he invited me to a party, and I saw the invite, and I remember checking his party to see who was in his party. And I remember seeing him, this other guy that I knew from one of my other friends, because he was a friend of one of my other friends. And then there was this person in the party that I did not know. I assumed that they were a girl, because the gamer tag was Flame Princess, if I remember correctly. That was the gamer tag, but she changed it since then. I remember checking the party to see who was in it, and I was like, I think there might be a girl in this party. But I didn't care enough to join because I was in the middle of making my Minecraft zombie map, so I didn't care. I was like, I'm just gonna keep making my Minecraft zombie map because I'm in the middle of this and I'm having fun. So I just, blew it off and ignored him and kept playing. And I got up the next day and kept building my Minecraft zombie map, just chilling and vibing. And Jimmy invited me to a party again. Now, Jimmy, usually back then, he would only invite me from what I remember. And if I didn't accept it, then he wouldn't like try again. He would just leave me alone. But this time he invited me again 2 days in a row. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, if he's inviting me again, there's probably a reason why he wants me to join, like a big reason. And I checked his party again, and the same people were in the party. It was him, that one dude, and Flame Princess. So I joined the party, and he was like, yo, Brayden, or actually he said, yo, Bray, because they call me Bray. That's my nickname. That's why I named myself on YouTube Bray, because that's the nickname my friends gave me, and it just kind of stuck, and I like it. But yeah, I remember he was like, yo, Bray, he was telling me that he was like, I was trying to get you in this party because I'm trying to introduce you to this girl that we found on Roblox. And he introduced me to her. Her name was Alexa. I don't know if her name still is that. I'm pretty sure it is, unless she went and got her name changed legally. But he told me that they literally just went on Roblox and they were messing around being stupid, and they went on like this girls and boys nightclub or something like that. Him, my friend Jimmy, and this dude went in there, and they were like being stupid, and they were like, we're gonna go find Roblox girls. And they literally just walked around the lobby area, and they just like any person in the game that was wearing a girl like skin, they would invite them to the party and try to see if they were actually a girl or not. And eventually they got Flame Princess to join and found out this was actually a girl. And so she became a part of their group, part of our group, and was hanging out with us all the time. You know, they even, I don't know if you guys remember this app, but there was an app named Kik, K-I-K, back in the day, and it was a messenger app. Now it's nobody knows about it because it's like long gone and dead. But they all had Kik and they added her on Kik. And so they were already like messaging each other through their phones. And they got me to download Kik and add her and add them so that we can all talk through Kik. They had already seen pictures of her because she had sent pictures of herself. Not inappropriate pictures, just like pictures of her face, like selfies. Of course, she used filters like most girls use, which honestly, I wish girls didn't do that as much because I like to see what their natural face looks like. To be honest, I seen pictures of her, just her like face, not inappropriate ones, just like selfies. And I was like, dang, she is attractive. She's really pretty. She's really cute. So you already got me thinking things like, man, what if this girl becomes a girlfriend at some point? You know, that'd be crazy because that's just how guys are. We immediately start thinking like that. Most guys, we're not just going to outright say it. We're just going to like see if it happens or not. You know what I'm saying? So because this girl came into the picture, I completely stopped doing what I was doing with my Minecraft Zion map. And I was just literally hanging out with Jimmy, this other dude, I can't remember his name, but it started with a P. It was his gamer tag started with a P. And Alexa. And then also Alexa started inviting her little brother, which they called Richie, but his actual name is Richard. And we would just literally play random Roblox games all night, just in a party together, just being stupid. One game that we played a lot was the Slenderman game. There was a Slenderman game on Roblox where one person was Slenderman and the rest of the people had to run and hide from him and collect all the 8 pages before Slenderman got you. As time went on, there would be nights where I would sit there and just talk to Alexa one-on-one because we'd be the last ones to be up, and we would just sit there and have personal conversations, and I would learn a lot about her and she would learn a lot about me. And I was honestly staying up and talking to her because I wanted to build a relationship with her and I wanted her to be my girlfriend, but I was not gonna like try and force it or anything. I was just like trying to like see if it would go somewhere. But back to when that night that I first met Alexa, we literally stayed up all night almost. Like it was late. I was dead tired, but I was only there because of Alexa. I'm being straight up right now. I was only there because of Alexa. Like I remember getting so bored because I didn't even care for Roblox. Like it was so boring, but I was just there because of Alexa. And literally within the span of like what, 2 or 3 days, I think it was only like 2 days because the day that I met Alexa was literally the day after, if I'm pretty sure it was the day after Jimmy had met her. Apparently Jimmy and Alexa were texting each other through Kik, and Alexa got really quiet and she wasn't talking anymore in the party. And this was like late in the night right before we went to sleep. And Alexa started acting weird. And she was texting Jimmy, pretty much trying to tell Jimmy that she liked him and that she wanted to date him pretty much. Like literally after meeting him and playing with him for like a day or so. That was crazy to me, and even though I had just met her, that was kind of heartbreaking for me to hear, but I was like, it's okay, it's fine, it's whatever. It was kind of heartbreaking for me to hear because I was hoping that this girl could be, you know, something for me, like maybe a girlfriend for me. But I knew that that was a stretch, but I was still willing to sit there and try because that's how desperate I was for a girlfriend, because I've always really wanted one. And to be honest with you guys, I haven't really ever had a girlfriend. I've had one girlfriend in particular, but we were so little that it wasn't really even like a real relationship. We wanted to be real, but we didn't know what we were doing. So it didn't last long, and I was immature and said things I shouldn't have said, and that's why it never worked out, because we were just too little. We were too immature and too little. Like literally, I remember we were like 11 or 12 years old. Yeah, we were like 12 years old when we were dating. And this was back in like 5th grade and 6th grade when I dated her. But she's the only one that I think of that I'm like, okay, I consider her my only like ever girlfriend. I still say that I really haven't really ever had one because that relationship didn't even last long, and it just wasn't like, it wasn't mature, it was immature. It wasn't like as real as a relationship would be nowadays for me, you know what I'm saying? But back to the main story of Alexa and all this stuff that happened. It gets crazy. This is just the beginning. Like literally I've only scratched the surface. Like I'm gonna be here for a while. I gotta drink some water, bro. But yeah, that happened with Alexa. There was like that moment where at the very beginning where she was already showing feelings for Jimmy, like quick. And that's the thing about Jimmy, my friend. He's always been that guy in my friend group that attracts the girl real quick. He's never heard me say that, and I know he's probably gonna watch this video at some point, but he's always attracted girls like, and he's been in a lot of different relationships. And I think Jimmy attracts girls so much just because, I don't know, he's authentic, he's himself. He's not afraid to, confront people or say what he wants to say. It's a lot like how my brother Sean is, and he in school was like the popular kid, and like all the girls loved him and wanted him. Even girls that weren't even in his grade or around his grade, like they found out about him and knew about him and wanted to be with him, like literally. My ex-girlfriend, the one I just talked about that was in 5th, 6th grade, she wanted to be with him. Like, that's messed up. You were with me. Like, you're not just going to go be with my brother after that. It's messed up. So as time went on, after we met Alexa, there would be times here and there where me and Alexa would just play together and talk, have long conversations. We'd stay up all night, or we would get together with the group and hang out. But for me and Alexa, it was on and off. Like, I wasn't even texting her through Kik. Like, I was just doing my own thing. And then every now and then I would we would like hang out with each other because I would go to hang out with Jimmy and she would be there. Or maybe we would just, hang out together randomly. I don't remember exactly if there was any times where it was like just me and her getting together back then until later on in the story. You know what I'm saying? It was like an on and off thing where like we would talk and hang out. And then when we would talk and hang out, I would start like those feelings that I had for her would come back, and I was like, maybe there's something here, maybe there's something here. But then I would just, go my own way and, go back to making my Minecraft zombie maps or playing with my friends on Call of Duty Zombies or whatever else I was doing with other people or just by myself. One thing I do want to say is that I think ever since Jimmy and Alexa met, that they stayed in close contact because they had this really strong relationship, this really strong friendship that I didn't have with Alexa. I could tell Jimmy and Alexa had this crazy relationship going on. And I think it's because they stayed in contact through Kik. And then eventually they moved on to Snapchat and they were just staying in contact, texting each other all the time, sending each other pictures and whatnot. I don't know what their conversations entailed, but I bet you there were some deep personal conversations and there was some flirting going on and whatnot, but they never got together. Another reason why I wanted to tell you guys this story, why I wanted to put this out there on YouTube, is because I feel like nobody in my life really understands what happened to me. The only person that has even a close clue of what happened to me is my mom. Nobody's gonna ever know truly what happened to me and what I was going through because they aren't me. They did not go through what I went through. They did not feel the same feelings that I felt. But I do know that what happened, it impacted them, not just like it impacted me, but it impacted them. But I think it impacted me way more. I don't want to be prideful and say like it was way more serious for me and everything, but I truly believe it was because I was the literal center focus point of it. You guys probably think this isn't going to be that bad, but I'm telling you guys, it got bad. And it changed me forever. I used to be a very immature, annoying kid, and it completely flipped me. It made me a mature person. And ever since, I've just been learning more and more about life and how to be a better person. It literally boosted me in maturity so far up that I started to feel like I didn't fit in anymore with my generation and with my friends. Like literally, I still feel that way to this day. So fast forward to, okay, I can't tell you guys this yet because it has to be saved for a specific part of the story. But there was something that happened, a big extreme thing that hit me so hard when I found out about it. It hit me so hard that I burst out crying. I was bawling. I don't remember if it happened at the very beginning of 2017 or if it happened, I think it happened either sometime after I met her in 2016 or at the beginning of 2017. It was crazy. I'm not going to tell you guys yet, but it's something big. We're now fast forwarding from when I met her in 2016, and I don't even remember what month it was when I met her. I just know that it was sometime in like, it had to have been 2016, bro. Because I know that Black Ops 3 came out in 2015, and that was November, and I hadn't met her yet. So if I met her in 2015, it had to have been either sometime in November when I met her or December, which I don't think it was. So I think it was 2016 when we met her, me and my friend Jimmy. But fast forwarding to 2017, this is when things are starting to go crazy. Things are starting to ramp up. So like I said, I didn't keep in contact with her like Jimmy did. I think Jimmy stayed in contact with her more than I did, like way more. I was just kind of like doing my own thing, and every now and then I would like have moments with her where we would like hang out, and then that was it, and it would just like be like nothing for like weeks or months, and then we would hang out randomly. And I remember at this time in 2017, this was June 2017, this is where I'll start remembering like the dates, because this is the part where it impacted me so much that I will never forget the time of my life that it happened. It was June 2017. I want to say it was early June. Yeah, it was early June, I'm pretty sure. Because I remember there was a Metallica concert on either June 17th or 19th or something like that. And I was literally in the middle of making a Minecraft design map again. That's how much I was into this stuff. I was still doing that. And my friend Jimmy calls me up and asks me if I want to go to Houston with him. We're like 3 hours away from Houston, and I've never been there, you know, at this time in my life. And it was like just out of the nowhere, like, whoa, like Houston, like I did not expect this. Like I was just chilling. It was summer. I was at home playing Minecraft, building a zombie map. What happened is his mom got invited to go to some kind of like thing in Houston for her job. And she's like a teacher. I don't know if she still is, but at the time she was. And she got invited to go do something in Houston for like a teacher type of thing. She was told that she could invite 2 guests. So she decided to invite Jimmy along and told Jimmy that he could invite 1 person. And so he chose to invite me. And he said that I was the first person that he was going to come to. He said if it's not me, he's going to go to Kyle, which is our other friend. He was really close with us too. Like we were all like a tight-knit group at one point. And it's sad because we're no longer that anymore. At first I was hesitant to say yes because I was scared to go to Houston because I had social anxiety. I still do have social anxiety to this day. It's hard for me to go out into the world and do things that I've never done before and talk to people that I don't know. It's very hard for me. But I said yes because I felt bad. I felt bad if I said no. And not only that, but I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to like go to Houston with my best friend Jimmy. Like that sounded like crazy. Like it was gonna be fun. And so I went to Houston with him, and we were there for like 4 days, 4 or 5 days. I don't remember how many days. I think it was 4 days. And because his mom got invited to come out there, they paid for her hotel and everything. And we were in a 4-star hotel, if I remember correctly, in Houston. And it was like one of those tall skyscraper buildings with a freaking restaurant on the top that's like slowly spinning. I don't remember exactly what building that is, but we were in that hotel and we were living like how I'd never live. I felt like I was living fancy, straight up. It was weird. I brought my whole Xbox. I think Jimmy brought his PC, and we like hooked up all of our stuff so that we could like record or live stream, because we were going to live stream on my channel us playing Call of Duty Zombies, but it ended up not really happening because it just didn't go the way that I wanted it to go, so we just didn't do it. I also brought my Xbox just in case we didn't have anything to do and we could just sit there and play games, but we had a lot to do because we were in Houston, so we went and did a bunch of stuff. I was scared to go and do it, and I felt bad because there was a part of me that didn't want to go, but I was like, we came to Houston. We're not just going to sit here and waste our time. So I just like made myself do it, even though I didn't want to. We went to K1 Speed and did go-karting. We went paintballing. There was another day where we went to this arcade with his mom. There was some, I think those are like the 3 things that we did. I don't think we did anything else, to be honest. Those are the only things I remember. While we were in Houston, Jimmy was on his phone a lot, texting Alexa. I didn't even know he was doing that until he told me that he was doing that, and that Alexa wanted to play with us on GTA 5. That was one of the games that we all played together here and there when we would play. And I hadn't, talked to Alexa, seen Alexa, heard from her in a while at that time. So it was exciting to me to be like, wait, you're still talking to Alexa? Like, okay, we're going to talk to her now? That's crazy. And they told me to get Snapchat and add them on Snapchat and talk to them and whatnot. So I did that. And I remember that night we hung out on GTA 5, and it was me and Jimmy just hanging out doing dumb whatever we were doing, just dumb stuff on GTA 5 with her and playing and talking to her. We were like taking turns playing and whatnot, but I don't remember exactly. I just know we were playing GTA 5 with her. That was the night that pretty much started shifting things towards where it's going to pretty much end up. So after I got Snapchat and added her on there, we were talking to each other a lot, like on Snapchat, me and Alexa, and she would send me pictures, snaps of herself, not inappropriate ones, just like selfies and whatnot, but I wouldn't send her pictures back because I'm not that type of guy. I don't take pictures of myself, and I find it cringe and embarrassing, so I just don't do it. Jimmy is, however, so that's probably why he had a better relationship with her than I did, because he sent her pictures of himself, just like selfies and whatnot. I remember that. They would snap each other all the time, and I don't know what they were talking about in their snaps. So, and I'm pretty sure were talking to each other for a while before I came into the picture, that day. I'm sure that there was a lot of backstory that I just don't even know about between Alexa and Jimmy. So I started talking to her all the time after that point on Snapchat, and we would talk about some deep stuff, and then I would get on the Xbox and play with her every single day, every single night, just constantly 24/7 playing with her on the Xbox. The only times that I wouldn't be playing with her was when she got off, literally. Like, I would be there eating my food as I'm talking to her and everything. I started becoming obsessed with her and growing this massive crush on her, these massive feelings for her. It was literally like June 20 something whenever we met, or whenever we started talking on Snap, whenever me and Jimmy were in Houston. But when I got home, like I said, it was just every day playing with her, talking to her until she got off. And during those times, we had some deep conversations, to the point where I started developing these like massive like feelings for her, and also like these protective feelings for her. Like, I wanted to protect her, I wanted to be there for her, because some of the things she told me were so deep, and I was like, damn, like I didn't even know that happened. So I'm pretty sure it was building up all the way until Thursday. Hold up, let me see if I'm actually correct about this. I just checked my phone and I think I'm wrong, actually. I thought it was July the 9th and it was a Thursday, but actually it looks like it was July the 6th and it was a Thursday whenever things went down. I don't want to cuss because I'm trying to stop cussing. As a follower of Christ, I'm trying to stop cussing, but blank hit the fan, bruh. That's what I gotta say right now. Blank hit the fan on that day, literally. And looking at the calendar on my phone, it literally was only a span of like 2 to 3 weeks, like about 3 weeks, literally, that I fell in love with her, like deeply, to a point where I was obsessed. I truly felt in my heart at the time, I truly felt that she was the one, that we were going to be together and that we were going to have a life together. I had fantasized us getting married and starting a family. I even thought about like me literally going all the way over to where she lived and finding a place to live together and whatnot. Like, I thought about this stuff, but I didn't tell her about this stuff because I wasn't ready to like tell her that how I felt. But hold up before we get to that part, right? During those 3 weeks that we were talking, these feelings were just building up inside of me and getting stronger and stronger. We had some deep talks. Like, I told her all about my dreams, the things that I want to do in my life. I even showed her my Minecraft Zion map stuff and talked to her about it and told her about it. And she was excited about it. She wanted to see it happen. And that made me have even more feelings for her because she was supporting me, you know what I'm saying? But there was one deep conversation that hit me, like it hit me to my core. Not even a cap, bro. It like hit me bad to the point where I was hit with just an extreme sadness, this extreme depressed feeling of like, oh my God, that really happened. I truly still believe her. I think it did happen. Like, it didn't seem like something that she just made up, but who knows? I've never met her in real life. Maybe she was making all this stuff up. She was showing signs here and there of almost like she was an attention seeker, like she was looking for approval. And that just could be from past trauma, growing up for her. She was just looking for approval, looking for somebody to validate her, and looking for somebody to give her attention and affection. Because she would do these things, like little things here and there, to make us feel bad for her. And it was completely obvious that she was just doing it for attention. But I still gave her that attention because I liked her and I wanted her to be my girlfriend. I wanted her to be my future wife, straight up. Hold up, I gotta go take a piss before I tell this story. I've been drinking this water and now I feel like I gotta take a piss. I just remembered another reason while I was in there taking a piss why I want to tell this story. And this is a big one. It's because I hope and pray that Alexa sees this video and that she watches it all the way through. And I just pray that this can give her some kind of healing if she needs it, and that she'll forgive me for what I did. I want not only her, but I want all my friends and everybody that knows me in real life that was there when this happened, I want them to be able to, have a better grasp of what actually happened to me. I don't feel like there's anybody in my life that really understands how serious it was and how big of a deal it was. It was a big deal. I mean, I feel like my friends don't even see it that way. They see it as like, oh, it's just in the past. It's just like, it's over. It's not that simple, bruh. I know the past is the past. You can't change it. I know that. But they don't understand how much it affected me. And I also feel like they don't understand where I was coming from in that situation that I was in and why I was doing what I was doing. Yeah, this story, there's still a lot left of the story. It's insane. I'm not even gonna lie, there's a part of me that kind of just wants to like stop telling the story because it's just taking forever, but I know that I need to finish this story and I need to put it out to the world. Okay, so during those 3 weeks or so of me falling in love with Alexa, there was a night where she was telling me this really personal stuff that she'd already told Jimmy this, but because me and her weren't really in contact that much, she hadn't told me yet. But when she told me, it hit me hard. And some of you guys probably won't even believe what I'm about to tell you. I for some reason remember her saying that it happened in January. And I think it must have been January of 2017. Because January of 2016 doesn't make sense. But maybe it was 2016 and I did meet her in 2015. I don't know. I think we did meet her in 2015. And then it was 2016 when it happened. I don't know the exact dates, but I just remember her saying it happened in January. And there's a part of me that feels like she also said 2016. But I didn't know about it until 2017. So apparently she was texting Jimmy one morning. It was either she was texting Jimmy or she was just getting up. But she was about to go to school. Hold up, I think Johnny might be home. My brother. It's literally about that time and Axel started freaking whining like big time, like Johnny just got here or something. Yeah, he's gonna start whining, so I'm gonna wait for a second. Bro, I'm about to tell you guys this. I was just laying down for a second, waiting for Axel to shut up. So yeah, I'm starting to feel tired, so I might come back tomorrow and finish this story. At least I know where my stopping point was. I know exactly where I stopped in this story. But yeah, I'm gonna come back and finish telling you guys the story. And what's funny, I think it's really the same time of the year as whenever I started talking to her on Snapchat back then. That's crazy, the coincidence. I'm gonna come back tomorrow and finish telling you guys the story. There's so much left to it, it's insane. That's why I'm gonna come back tomorrow and finish it, because I'm already tired and I'm hungry. All right, it's the next day and I am gonna continue telling this story about me and this girl Alexa and my friends that were involved. Today I'm recording at 6:28 p.m. so I have a lot more time to sit here and talk before it's time for me to go to bed, before I start getting tired. I remember the last part that I was on was those 3 weeks, or it was about 3 weeks from the time that I started talking to her on Snapchat when me and my friend Jimmy were at Houston to the time that blank went down. Blank hit the fan, like I said yesterday, which I believe that was July the 6th. It was Thursday, July the 6th when that happened. But it was around like June 20th whenever I got on Snapchat with her. I remember it was around that time of 2017. And yesterday, after I stopped recording, I started to remember a little bit of stuff. And I swear, I may be wrong, but I swear what I'm about to tell you guys that happened to Alexa, it happened at the beginning of 2016. And I believe we actually did meet her for the first time in 2015. It was sometime after I got Black Ops 3, which was at the beginning of November of 2015. Because I remember when I first met her, I already had Black Ops 3. And I remember that because I was really into the zombies at that time on Black Ops 3 and I was loving it. It was an amazing time, bro. Any of you zombies fans out there know what I'm talking about. I started to like get like a little bit of like memory back from the times that I had with Alexa, and I swear I remember her telling me it happened at the beginning of 2016 what happened to her. So there was like and also I remember distinctively there being like a whole year or two, almost like a year or two of us knowing Alexa before blank hit the fan. So during those 3 weeks that me and Alexa were like literally every night, we were playing with each other on GTA 5. There was times where we would go to Minecraft. thing. Most of the time we were playing GTA 5 though. We really weren't playing Roblox like whenever I first met her, because we weren't really, you know, caring about that game anymore. It was mainly just us hopping on GTA 5, and we would just go on the GTA Online and just run around in the lobby and just mess around with each other. And we would just talk, have long talks, and then sometimes we'd go on those like stunt races that they had on GTA 5. They still have them, where there's like those big tracks that you could race each other on. Me and her would play on those and just sit there and talk while we were playing. We had a lot of deep conversations, and we talked about a lot, and we joked and had fun. We laughed together. We had a lot of good times, you know. And over those 3 weeks, my feelings for her just got stronger and stronger, and I swore up and down that things were going to work out for me and her, and that we were going to become something. Like, I thought there was a thing going on between me and her, and that, okay, maybe this thing's actually going to work out and we're going to be girlfriend and boyfriend. That would be sick. And I got my hopes up to the point where I believed that we were definitely going to be girlfriend and boyfriend, and I was just waiting until that time happened. And during those 3 weeks, I got so obsessed with her and just wanted to spend so much time with her that I would literally invite her to parties on the Xbox and put it on invite only, and I would not let Jimmy or Kyle or any of my other friends that were online join us, because I just wanted it to be me and her hanging out and talking, because I really wanted there to be something between us. And my friends started catching on and knew what was up, because my friends aren't dumb, and they would invite us to a party every day, but we would just ignore them. I don't know if Alexa was. They never really joined our party because I never let them join, and Alexa must have never invited them because they never joined. I think Alexa just, maybe at the time, she didn't want to invite them because she probably had this thought in her mind, like maybe I didn't want them in the party for whatever reason. So she was just respecting that and not, you know, just kind of ignoring it pretty much, you know what I'm saying? Ignoring that they were inviting us to a party because they wanted to hang out with us, and they saw we were online every day hanging out, and they wanted to hang out with us. And I'm sure that her and Alexa and Jimmy were still talking to each other here and there through Snapchat and whatnot while me and Alexa were hanging out. I just didn't know about it. I just wanted to tell you guys about that before I moved on with the story, because I wanted you guys to get a little bit of, like, you know, context of that, what's about to happen and why it went down like this. So, well, actually, before we move on to this part, there's one thing I need to tell you guys that I was about to tell you guys yesterday. And it was something that Alexa told me during those 3 weeks that hit me so hard. And I didn't know about it until then. But apparently this happened, if I'm remembering correctly, it was January 2016 when this happened. So it was only like 2 months or so after we first met her that this happened. And this hit me so hard to my core, and it made me feel so much closer to her, and it made me want to protect her so much. Now, I have done my research on this stuff, so I believe that this is possible and it could happen. And it's crazy. It like blew my mind, and it also like just made me go, damn, like it just made me start rethinking so much. It made me just start like thinking like all the times that I spent with Alexa and I just didn't know. So there was a morning at the beginning of 2016. It was literally just a normal morning. This is what Alexa told me from what I remember. She was getting up, starting her day, getting ready for school like normal. She walked out onto her front lawn, and that is all she remembers, is walking out onto her front lawn and standing there. And apparently, if I remember correctly, she told me she was texting Jimmy that morning, and then that's all she remembered. And then she woke up in the hospital, and I want to say it was 3 days later after it happened to her, and her family told her that pretty much she went into cardiac arrest, and they found her on the front lawn. And I believe it was her dad that found her on the front lawn, foaming at the mouth, laying there. And they called 911 and got her rushed to the hospital and found out she went into cardiac arrest. Now that was crazy to me, because for those of you that don't know what cardiac arrest is, your heart stops. You're pretty much dead. It's kind of the same thing as a coma in a way, where you're gone, but then you can come back if they save you. And that's what happened to Alexa, I'm assuming, is they saved her when they took her to the hospital, and she woke up 3 days later. And now here's the part that hit me really hard. When she first woke up, apparently the first things out of her mouth were mine and Jimmy's name. Those are the first things that came out of her mouth when she first woke up, is she was calling for me and Jimmy. But what hit me even harder is that she said that she completely forgot everything. She lost all of her memories of everything that has ever happened to her in her life. And what made it even crazier was the fact that the only thing that she remembered was mine and Jimmy's name. What that told me was that me and Jimmy were very, very important to her. Like, we must have been like her best friends, and she cared for us so deeply that her subconscious put us at the top of her importance, pretty much, is the way that I see it. And that's why those were the first things that came out of her mouth. And I didn't even know about this until the middle of 2017. So it was over a year and a half, or it was about a year and a half of not even knowing this and then finding it out. She didn't even remember who me and Jimmy were. She just said our names when she first woke up. And apparently her mom was there when she first woke up. And her mom heard her say these names. And that's how she knew that she said those names when she first woke up. And her mom didn't know about us. So her mom was like, who is Jimmy and Braden? She found out that we were her friends online, pretty much. Apparently Alexa's mom even got in contact with Jimmy. From what I heard, that's how Jimmy found out about what happened to Alexa. I don't know what they said to each other, but I remember Alexa telling me like that pretty much her mom reached out to Jimmy and pretty much asked Jimmy to pretty much like be there for her, is what I'm assuming happened. I don't know if this is true. I could be completely wrong, but that's the vibe that I got from the story that Alexa told me a long time ago. And I don't even remember how she said it or what the words she used, because it's been like, what, 7 to 8 years since then, which is crazy to think that much time has passed. Now I'm 22 years old and I'm gonna be 23 here in like the next 5 months. Back then I was literally 14 years old when she told me this. And when it happened to Alexa, I was 13. It was crazy to find that out. And when I found that out, it hit me so hard that I remember when we got off like that night, after she told me, I just sat there and cried, and I was just thinking about it deeply, and I was just sitting there crying. And I don't know exactly why I was crying, but I just felt this sadness and this depression. And it was just this shock of like, Alexa doesn't even remember that stuff. Like, she forgot everything. And I thought the whole time that she remembered everything. But I didn't know that I was talking to somebody that didn't even remember the stuff that we did together, that happened, all the times we had. Even though me and Alexa didn't have that many times, it was just crazy thinking about that. And now that I think about it, I may be wrong, because it probably was the beginning of 2017 that happened. Because I remember thinking about like all the times that we had spent together, and I didn't even know this happened to her. It's funny, what made it even more crazy was she forgot about us, but she kept hanging out with us because she was told that we were her best friends. So she got back online and kept hanging out with us when she got back home, and we didn't know about it until she told us. Well, until she told me. Jimmy knew. I think Jimmy literally knew right away, and he didn't even tell me about that. I found out through Alexa like a whole long time later. I think I remember now, she even thought that Jimmy had told me and I didn't even know. And I think that's why she told me, is because she realized that I didn't know. Now that I think about it, I'm starting to remember we were having a conversation, and I think she was starting to bring it up, and she was asking me if I knew about something, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then she was like, Jimmy didn't tell you? Like, I don't remember that if that's how it went, but I think it did. Here's what made it even more crazy. When I say she forgot everything, she forgot everything. She told me that she didn't remember how to walk, how to speak. So apparently, from what I was told, she was in the hospital for like 3 months, learning how to walk, learning how to speak again, trying to remember who she was, who she even was. She forgot who she was. She told me that it was very hard, that she was lashing out, crying, going crazy mentally. Just put yourself in her shoes. Like, that's why it hit me so much harder, I think, because I'm a very empathetic person, and I put myself in other people's shoes when they tell me stuff and whatnot. Also because I just want to see I just want to see from other people's perspectives, so I can have a better understanding of what they're feeling and what they're going through. And I just thought about like being Alexa and waking up and forgetting everything and just being scared and not knowing what is going on, and feeling like you're just being dropped into this world, and it just feels all alien to you, and you're like, where am I? What is this? She didn't remember herself. She didn't even remember her family. I swear I remember her telling me that there would be memories that would come back as time went on, because there would be things that would bring back memories that she once had. Like memories would resurface. I don't know where she's at today or what she's doing or who she's become or whatnot, but I hope and pray for the best for her, straight up. And I feel so bad for her. And I want so badly to just talk to her and tell her how sorry I am. But yeah, let's keep moving on with the story. There's a lot of stuff you guys don't know yet. So yeah, during those 3 weeks, she told me about that, and it hit me so hard because I didn't know. And after that, I just wanted to help her. I wanted to hold her. I wanted to be there for her. I wanted to protect her. And it made me love her even more. That's something that I just remembered. Because she went into a cardiac arrest and they couldn't figure out why she went into a cardiac arrest and why her heart stopped, they had a pacemaker put in to her. And if you guys don't know what a pacemaker is, it's pretty much like a defibrillator that they literally surgically put inside of your body next to your heart so that when your heart stops, it shocks you back to life. Like if nobody's around and your heart suddenly stops because you have some kind of heart condition, this defibrillator is there to help bring you back, keep you alive. From what I gathered from the way she was speaking to me, it was like she was barely even living. Like the pacemaker was what was keeping her alive. Like she had heart problems and that her heart would stop here and there, or her heart would get really slow and then the pacemaker would shock her. Like she told me that the pacemaker would sometimes start malfunctioning and it would shock her. And even though she had this pacemaker and she now was like barely living, I still loved her. And I just wanted to protect her and be there for her. And it made me love her even more. And it made me feel so bad for her and whatnot. But yeah, so here's where blank hit the fan. So after about those 3 weeks of us just hanging out, this is the middle of 2017, just to remind you guys. We hung out from like June 20 something all the way until July 6th. So it was about 3 weeks of us hanging out and me falling in love with her and wanting to be with her. And not only that, but she told me, like, what made me even like her more and made me feel more close to her and attached to her was that she told me that I was like literally her bestie, like her best friend. We even had our own nicknames and it was dumb and stupid, but I went with it at the time just because I was going with the flow. I would call her Peach and she would call me Chicken Wing. And I know it's cringe, but those are the nicknames we gave each other. And we literally named each other that on Snapchat. Like, I remember stuff like that. And it makes me smile because it was like good memories. But it also makes me sad. And it's like, damn, like that, we had such a good thing. And then it just went, just all came crumbling down. Oh yeah, I haven't even told you guys. You guys are probably sitting there like, get on with it. Like, what happened? So July the 6th, it was nighttime. I don't believe it was midnight yet. I think I had just got on the Xbox to hang out with her. And as soon as I got on, she sent me a message. All right, now I'm in one of my brother's rooms because my brother moved out, like actually a while back he moved out. I want to say it was like 2018 or 2019 when he moved out. The room that's through that wall right there, that was my room before this room. I was in there when this happened. And I had my TV set up, my Xbox. I was sitting in my chair. I got on, put my headset on, was getting ready to talk to Alexa and hang out with her like I was doing for like every night for like 3 weeks straight. And it was the summer and we were kids, so I had all the time in the world at the time just to hang out with her. And I was like hoping and praying that things were going to work out and me and Alexa were going to be girlfriend and boyfriend. And I was just waiting. I never intended on asking her out until I felt like for sure like she liked me. And honestly, that's how close it was getting. It felt like she was. Like we were both like flirting with each other was what it felt like, and hanging out and having so much fun. And honestly, there was a part of me that was just so scared to ask her out or even confess my feelings that I was just going to wait on her to ask me. That's what I was waiting on. I'm being straight up honest because I was too afraid to ask her or confess my feelings. And that night, July 6th, 2017, I got on my Xbox, pulled out my controller, like this. But at the time it was a black one. Got my headset on, like this, with my hat, but I don't have my hat on right now. I'll never forget it. I still remember pretty much, not word for word, but pretty damn close. This was literally the text that I got from her as soon as I got on that night. Do you like me? That was the text that I got from her through the Xbox. We were messaging through the Xbox. I think she saw me get online and she immediately sent that message because she was prepared to confront me that night and she was waiting for me. is what I'm assuming. And when she sent that message, my heart started racing and I was excited, but also terrified. There was this feeling of like, is she going to ask me out right now? And it's going to be it. We're going to be girlfriend and boyfriend. And there's a part of me that's like terrified that she's going to tell me she doesn't like me. So I sat there for a second and I was like, holy, it's going down. Like that was going, my mind started racing. My freaking heart started racing. And then I typed out a message and sent it to her. I don't remember exactly how I said it, but it was something along the lines of, I don't want things to change between us or get weird between us. But yes, I do like you. And then she sent a message back saying, dude, this is what changed me forever. This was the moment where everything pivoted in my life, straight up. She said something along the lines of like how she was so sorry, but to be honest, I don't feel the same way towards you. And that she actually liked my best friend, Jimmy, a lot. And that she had a crush on him for so long, and she didn't know how to tell him, and she didn't want to make it weird, and she didn't know what Jimmy thought of her, if Jimmy felt the same way, and she was afraid to tell him. And I think in that moment she wanted to just like, break the ice and clear the air, and also tell me that because she wanted me to tell Jimmy, and she wanted me to help her with Jimmy. But it hurt me so much. I remember seeing that message, and I just sent her a message back saying, well, actually, I didn't send a message back right away. This is the part that I think I've only ever told my mom. I don't think I told my friends about this, but I've never felt this heartbroken. It was the first time in my life that I ever felt this. It's something like out of a movie. Like you would never think that you could feel this and this would actually happen. But I remember just staring at that message and just my heart sank and my dreams were crushed. Everything that I was so hopeful for, this fantasy that I had built up in my mind, was just all destroyed instantly, like gone, erased. It was not going to happen. Like that's how I felt. My heart broke. Right then and there, my heart broke. Big time. It was the only time I've ever had a heartbreak, a true one, and the first time that I've ever had one. And it was bad. And I remember I didn't even send a message back right away. I just stared at that message that she sent me where she pretty much told me she was in love with my best friend and that she didn't feel the same way towards me. She just saw me as a friend and that she was very sorry. I just stared at that message and I just instantly started bawling like a baby. Like I just started crying and I had my remote in my hand like this. Like I had it down here, like how I usually play games. And I just dropped the remote and started bawling. My remote hit the concrete floor that's in these rooms back here. And I just started crying and bawling. Everything started racing through my head. All these hopes and dreams and fantasies that I had, they were never going to come true. And I thought they were. I was convinced. I convinced myself that they were. I convinced myself that this fantasy was going to happen. I thought my life was finally starting and that I was going to have something amazing that I've always wanted. But it didn't happen. And I remember just sending her a message after I got done crying my eyes out saying, oh, literally just OH. Oh, is what I sent back. And she immediately felt bad. And I remember asking if I was okay. I think I remember sending her back just no. I just said no. What at first was just depression and sadness and heartbreak turned into anger, jealousy, rage. Like I went from bawling my eyes out and being heartbroken and so sad to anger and jealousy. And the other thing that I had was desperation. I was angry, jealous, and desperate. That is a very dangerous combination of emotions and feelings and drives that can lead anybody to a very dark place. It can it leads to chaos and destruction is what it leads to. And that's exactly what happened. I asked Alexa how she knew, or why did she ask me that question? Why did she ask me if I liked her? And she told me that it was either Brendan or Jimmy that told her that they thought it was either Jimmy, Kyle, or Brendan. Brendan I didn't tell y'all guys about. He's Jimmy's brother, little brother. He's only a year younger than Jimmy. We were all close friends. Like the group for a while there was me, Jimmy, Brendan, and Kyle. We would hang out and have fun all the time together. We were a very close group that just had so much fun together. And we did almost everything together, literally. She told me that it was one of them that told her that they thought that I liked her because they saw me in a party with her all the time and I wasn't responding to them. I was ignoring them, and they saw me hanging out with her all the time for like those 3 weeks. And so they pretty much caught on and they were like, okay, there's something going on there. He's hanging out with her all the time because he likes her. And they weren't wrong. But because she told me that, I immediately went to a party with Kyle, Jimmy, and I think Brendan was there, but I'm not sure. And I started confronting them and asking them who told her, like which one of y'all told her. They all told me that they didn't say anything to her, that they didn't tell her. So somebody was lying. It was either Alexa was lying or it was them. And I want to say it was Alexa because honestly, I trust them over Alexa. But who knows? My friends could have lied to me too. The one that I trusted the most, to be straight up honest, is Jimmy. I trusted him the most out of any of them. So like if Jimmy told me he wasn't lying, then I was like, okay, he ain't lying. But the other two, I'm not sure because Brendan's crazy and Kyle could be crazy too. But Kyle, I don't think he would have lied either. It might have been Brendan that said it. I don't know who it was, but that's not the point. It's okay. Even if they did say anything, that's okay. Like I shouldn't be getting mad at them for that. And I'm not. It's just that I'm telling you guys the story about how I literally went and confronted them and they told me that they didn't say anything when Alexa said that one of them did. And the fact that Alexa couldn't tell me, who it was, because how's she not going to know who it was if she's texting them? Unless it was through voice, like a party chat or something, and she didn't know who it was because it could have been either Jimmy or Brendan through the mic. But if they were texting each other, then she would have known it was Brendan or Jimmy or whoever told her. So why would she say it was one of them? Maybe it's because they didn't say anything and she was making that up just because of whatever reason she thought she needed to make that up. Probably because she was scared to admit that she was on to me because I was trying to make it obvious that I liked her by flirting with her and playing with her all the time. And I think she started to catch on and realize that I liked her, and that's why I was hanging out with her as much as I was, and that because of her curiosity, she asked that question. Like, that's probably what it was. I wouldn't doubt it. You know what I'm saying? But I immediately started getting mad at my friends and mad at her. I was jealous of Jimmy because Alexa wanted to be with him and not me. There was a small part of me that was upset that one of them said something, that Alexa said that one of them said something, because I was like, if they wouldn't have said anything, it might have worked out. Like, that's how my mindset was at the time. But me nowadays, being mature and knowing, and at the time I knew as well, but I was in denial. I didn't want to believe the truth. And the truth was that Alexa already had her mind made up, and no matter how much I hung out with her, she was still settled on Jimmy. And that's why I say I believe Jimmy and Alexa talked to each other a lot over the year and a half or so that we knew her, because if she fell in love with him, it's because they must have had a really close connection and talked to each other a lot. And one main difference between me and Jimmy in our relationship with Alexa, Jimmy actually showed her what he looked like in real life. I never did. I never sent her a picture of myself because I was too scared to. To be honest with you, I just thought I wasn't good looking. I thought I was ugly. And I didn't want to send her a picture and her think that I was ugly. Every time that I looked at myself in my camera or in the mirror, I just thought I wasn't good looking enough to be with her. Like, there's no way she's gonna like me. And I was scared to find out what she thought about how I looked. And so I never sent her a picture. And also because I'm not used to taking selfies. So when I go to take a selfie, it feels awkward and cringe. And I don't know how to do good selfies. So I'm just like, yeah, F that. Because I never have taken selfies. I mean, I have, but very rarely. And it's usually just to show a girl a picture of myself. That's it. Because I'm not that kind of guy that goes around taking pictures of himself. All right. After that night, things just went downhill big time. We stopped hanging out. We still texted, but it got very toxic and it got very bad because I was so desperate and I was so angry and I was so jealous. There was a lot that happened. I don't remember every little thing, but I will tell you guys honestly, I harassed her bad, like really bad. I would blow up her phone with all these like deep messages of how I felt about her and how I was feeling at the time and how mad I was and how jealous I was and how I wish things were the same as they were before, but they're never going to be the same. Like, things just went out of control because I couldn't handle it. I was so desperate to make things work that I just kept on digging myself into this hole. And I just kept on digging and digging and digging. Even though I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong and that I was never going to get anywhere, I was still trying because of how desperate I was. My friends, every time that I've ever tried to bring up saying that it was my fault and I'm the one to blame, my friends are too nice to me. They'll say like, no, it wasn't your fault. It wasn't all your fault. And then I tell them, no, it was. I saw what happened. I was there. I know everything that I did. And I know that if I didn't do what I did, it wouldn't have ended up like it did. Like things wouldn't have been so bad if I didn't act the way that I did and do all the things that I did. I just want to be a man and admit like I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have texted her the way that I did. I shouldn't have went on this crazy rampage, but I did. And I was wrong. And I wish I could take it back, but I also am grateful that it happened. And I'm grateful that God put me through it because it made me into the man I am today. Literally. If it wasn't for that, I'd still be an immature little boy who doesn't know what he's doing. I was a little shit. I'll cuss right there. I was a little shit. There's a lot of things that I did when I was little that I feel bad about, but I can't go back and change it. All I can do is apologize to the people that I've wronged. And I still have a lot of apologizing to do if I'm being honest. I think it was like sometime in the middle of July. I want to say it was like not that long after my heart was broken on July the 6th. My friends were in contact with Alexa, and I'm assuming because of how out of control I was getting and how crazy I was getting with the messages I was sending her, they literally told Alexa to block me and unadd me from Snapchat. When that happened, I started crying and I just felt so betrayed by my friends. I felt so betrayed. But now looking back at it, I'm thankful for my friends doing what they did because I needed it. I needed them to put me in check. I've just always wanted a girlfriend. I've always wanted somebody. All my friends, they've always had somebody. They've always had girlfriends and whatnot, but I was like the one guy. I was like the one guy out of the group that never had a girlfriend. I didn't think my ass would be crying during this video. I literally told myself before I recorded this video that you're not going to be crying. There's no way you're going to cry during this story. Like you're past it. But there was also a part of me I feel like it was probably the Holy Spirit telling me, you need to tell the story not just for the people out there, but for yourself. Because I guess deep down, there is that sadness of never having anybody. And then all my friends had somebody, but I didn't. And every time that I tried, I never could get anybody. And the one time that I thought it was actually gonna happen, nope. That ain't gonna happen for you. Too bad. Too bad, so sad. You don't get it. You don't get one. You don't deserve one. That's how it felt. But I know it's not true. And I'm not stupid. I know one day I'll find somebody, but I just don't know when, and I've been waiting and waiting. But I know that I need to keep waiting. Ever since I've literally given my life over to Jesus, I have prayed, not every day, but prayed here and there for my future wife. And I've been trying to just put it into God's hands and just let him do what he needs to do. And just let him work in me and make me into the man that I need to be, so that I actually am ready when I do find that person. And that person's ready for me when she finds me. But like halfway through July, Kyle and Jimmy pretty much got Alexa to block me on Snapchat and block me on the Xbox and unadd me and everything. Pretty much every way that we had contact, she blocked me through it and unadded me. because they saw what was happening. My friends did, Jimmy and Kyle, and they knew that me and Alexa needed to pretty much distance ourselves from each other. And that's what they told me, that we needed to distance ourselves. And I remember Jimmy and Kyle literally came to this house and sat on my front porch with me while I was crying, and they were telling me why they did what they did, and that they just knew that we needed to be separated. We needed to be distanced from each other. And at first I was pissed at them. I knew it hit them hard because I could just see it in their faces. They felt bad, but they knew it was what was best for us. It was what was best for me and Alexa. So I still remember, and I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, but I may be wrong. There was 13 days of just no communication between me and Alexa. And I started getting better. I started feeling better. I started moving past it. I started feeling like myself again, but I wasn't fully better. And at the time, I started binge watching Supernatural. I don't know if you guys know the show Supernatural, but I started binge watching it on Netflix. I remember I was in the middle of watching an episode of Supernatural, and Alexa texted me through Snapchat after 13 days of silence. I was excited that she texted me, and I started talking to her again. At first things were normal, but that anger, that jealousy, that desperation was still inside of me. So things just started spiraling again. I was harassing her through every way that I could. I was sending her countless messages through Xbox, Instagram, Snapchat, text message, like phone number wise. Every way that I could text her, every way that I could contact her, I was just spamming her with messages, harassing her. I don't even remember what was in those messages. I just remember sending a bunch of stuff pretty much to make her feel bad for me, like I was gaslighting the crap out of her. And then I would literally I was threatening to kill myself if she would not text me back. I wasn't blocked because I was still able to send messages to her, but she wasn't responding. And because she wasn't responding, it was just making me more and more mad. So it got to a point where I was threatening to kill myself. Even though I never was going to actually kill myself, I wanted her to feel bad, and I wanted her to be worried. I wanted her to be worried because I wanted her to text me back. I was that desperate for something with her. It got so bad that our friendship was no more. Like, there was nothing between me and Alexa anymore. It was just nothing. I had destroyed everything. And not only that, but in the process, I destroyed my friendships with Jimmy, Kyle, and Brendan. But here's one thing that I'll never forget. Brendan, during that time, he walked away. And I got jealous of Brendan too. It wasn't just jealous of freaking Jimmy. I was jealous of Brendan because during that time, Brendan started talking to Alexa and became Alexa's new bestie. He pretty much took my place. He became her new bestie. I was so jealous and mad at him, but he didn't know that. I mean, he probably knew it, but he didn't probably want to acknowledge it, because anytime that I would text him about what was happening to me with Alexa, he would literally tell me, I want nothing to do with it. Like, don't talk to me about it. I want nothing to do with it. I don't want to be a part of that. And that right there showed me that Brendan was not really my friend. I mean, I already had thoughts that maybe he was fake, but that was what showed me he was fake. That's how I felt. I was like, Brendan is fake. He's not here for me. I kind of understood why he didn't want to be there, because he saw the chaos and he wanted nothing to do with it. So there's a part of me that's like, okay, I understand, because things were going down and you were just like, yeah, I don't want nothing to do with that. But there was also this other side where it was like, bruh, if you were my real friend, you would have been there for me. Not to support me and encourage what I was doing, because what I was doing was wrong, but you would have been there for me to put me in my freaking place, like Jimmy and Kyle were trying to do. But nope, Brendan wasn't. He literally didn't want anything to do with me at the time. He was that type of friend that as soon as things went bad, well, I'm out. Peace. I'm out. And I don't think Brendan is entirely a bad person. I don't know if he's like that to this day. I feel like he has grown up some, but back then, for sure, there was a part of him that was fake, that would just dip if things went to shit. He wasn't like a real friend. He was that friend that was only there for the good times, but then when things went bad, oh, I'm out. But what made me so mad about Brendan was that it felt like he took my place as Alexa's bestie. And he literally did. Like, I would see him and Alexa be in parties with each other all the time on Xbox, playing with each other. And they would be playing GTA 5 just like me and Alexa would. And they'd be running around doing a lot of the same things that me and Alexa would. And Alexa was literally making posts on her social media saying like, here's my bestie. Look at my bestie. And adding him on Snapchat and stuff like that in her posts. Like, this is my bestie. So you could see what that did to me. Just put yourself in my shoes and where I was at. I got to a point where I was just like, F everybody. F everybody. Because it felt like everybody was betraying me and not caring about me and not realizing how bad it was getting. Because I did have real suicidal thoughts. I'm not even going to cap. I had real suicidal thoughts. Now, I was never going to go through with it, but I definitely had thoughts of killing myself because of how dark of a place I got to. There was a part of me that wanted to end my life because of how sad I was and how I just wanted the pain to be over. And there was another part of me that wanted to end my life because I wanted to get payback on everybody that was in this situation with me, because I felt like nobody cared and nobody saw how bad it was really getting. Like they were just ignoring it, and like I was just not there, like I just didn't exist anymore. So there was a part of me that wanted to, kill myself because I was like, nobody cares about me. Why am I even here anymore? And not only that, but I felt like I had destroyed my entire life and I wasn't ever going to get it back. So that was another part of me that wanted to just go. I mean, even to this day, I feel like my friends don't understand how much that impacted me. Like, not even that long ago, I texted Jimmy about it. I didn't go into detail, but I just texted him about it. And he was like, I didn't know you've been holding on to this all this time. Blah, 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 blah. Or I hope you haven't been holding on to this all this time. Like, bro, of course it's going to stick with me. You don't know what I went through. I know you got impacted as well, but not as much as I did. I don't want to come off as prideful saying that I went through worse, but I feel like I did. I truly feel like I went through way more than he did. And not just him, but Kyle and all of them. Like, because they weren't in my shoes, they didn't feel everything that I felt and see everything that I saw from my perspective. Like, they probably didn't even think about how Brendan being Alexa's new bestie literally lit a fire inside of me and made me so mad. They weren't mature enough at the time to realize that that was going to be something that was going to bother me. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with, them being friends and whatnot, but they acted like it didn't bother me. Like it wasn't something that was going to bother me when it bothered me so much. As time went on, things got worse. That we're not even at the end of the story. We're probably like just over halfway through. We keep on going forward. Alexa turned 15. School was coming around in August, and it was my freshman year in high school, my first time being in high school. And I'm going to tell you right now, freshman year was hell because of what happened between me and Alexa. My friends weren't even in my class to see what was happening. I don't even know if they know about this stuff unless somebody told them. I'm sure somebody told them. If not, then they're about to find out in this video. It felt like they didn't want anything to do with me anymore. Like I was just no longer their friend. And I kind of get it because of how much of an asshole I was. I was just being this horrible person at the time that nobody would want to be around. Going into my freshman year of high school, well, for one, I started attending therapy, and I think I started attending therapy right before my freshman year, or it was at the start of it. Imagine going into school when you are at the lowest of your lows in this deep, dark depression, and oh, now we gotta go to school. Life goes on, buh. Life goes on, and you gotta go to school. Even though you hate your life and you don't want to be in this world anymore, you gotta go to school. Bruh, it was bad. I don't remember everything that happened, but when I tell you guys that I harassed Alexa, I must have sent her hundreds of messages. I don't know how many it was, but it was a lot. Because it was every day. I would just sit in my room. I wouldn't eat because I was so depressed, and I would just spam her messages and cry. And then I would try to do things, but I wasn't doing anything because I was just so depressed that I had no desire to do anything besides just sit in my room and cry and be mad at the world and sleep. That's all I wanted to do. So I just sat in my room for the rest of the summer, crying, spamming her messages, not knowing what to do. I was in such a bad place that I didn't care for anything anymore. Like I didn't play my video games anymore. At the time, I was trying to be a YouTuber because I've been trying to be a YouTuber since 2015. But at that time, because I was in such a bad place, I didn't even care to be a YouTuber anymore. And I didn't care about it. So I wasn't even working on that anymore. Like my whole life stopped, and I was just crying every day, and I was in this deep dark depression. And I was not only sending messages to Alexa, but I was sending messages to my friends Jimmy, Kyle, Brendan, anybody that knew what was going on, or anybody that I could reach out to and seek help from, or seek any kind of attention, because I was just looking for attention and I was looking for somebody to validate what I was going through and what I was feeling. I mean, there was times where I literally told Jimmy, well, hold up, I'll come back. I'll remember that thought, but I'll come back. I gotta go use the bathroom real quick. All right, I'm back. I'm wearing my hat now because I was looking at my previous recording. And to be honest, my hair wasn't looking that great, so I put my hat on. I usually wear my hat, but I've been trying to wear my hat as much recently because I feel like it makes my hair more greasy. I just watched the end of the last recording because I was trying to remember where I left off. I was so jealous that I went and texted Jimmy one time during all of this. I told him something along the lines of, stop texting Alexa, stop talking to her. I think I even told him to unadd her from everything and block her and stop talking to her and whatnot. He told me no, he wasn't going to do that. And I was so mad at him, and I even threatened him and said, I'm not going to be your friend anymore if you don't stop talking to her. Now that I remember it, we were literally on the phone with each other. We weren't texting. We were on a phone call because I would like reach out to him and Kyle, mostly Jimmy, because I was closer with Jimmy. And I'd reach out to them through phone calls whenever Alexa wasn't saying anything or responding. Sometimes Alexa would respond because I think she felt bad. And I remember her mom literally told her to stop talking to me and to stop reading my messages because of how it was affecting her. She was spiraling into a depression at the same time, and she was crying over there at her place. She was doing the same things that I was doing, but I think she was even worse because she even told me that she even attempted to kill herself. Like there was days where she attempted to kill herself by drinking bleach, is what she told me. She would cry in the shower and listen to her music the same way that I would. I would listen to my music and sit in the shower and cry. You know, typical things you do when you're depressed, you just cry. And you go sit in the shower sometimes and just cry. And you put some music on that makes you cry even more. But at the same time, it's a vibe. I'm not even gonna cap. There was a part of me, if I'm being honest, that kind of got addicted to the feeling that I had from depression. And it was because it was that feeling of like knowing that people cared about me and wanting their attention. And that's why I got addicted to it a little bit. I was leaning on it. Literally. It was the only thing I had to lean on at the time. Eventually, me and her stopped talking. I think it was because she eventually blocked me again, so I couldn't even talk to her. And also because she was ignoring me, it was like I just gave up eventually. But I swear I remember she just blocked me finally. And I think her mom even told her to block me because she didn't want to, because she felt bad and she didn't want our friendship to be over, but she didn't know what to do. And then eventually it just got so bad, I think she did block me. I don't remember correctly or not if she did block me again. Going into school was crazy because I was in band in my school, so we had band camp during the summer right before we went into school, and it was my first time ever going to band camp because band camp was only for high school kids because high school kids were in the marching band at our school. I played in band since 6th grade, concert band but not marching band because marching band was only for high school kids. I was excited for it, but I wasn't ready because of what I was going through. Not only that, but I already had bad anxiety before all of this happened. And I was scared about band camp because Mr. Milton had hyped it up as this like, it's going to be really tough, it's going to be really hard, and if you think you can't do it, if you don't really want to be a part of it, then you might as well get out of band because it's going to be tough and it's not going to be easy. And it's going to get more serious. Like, he gets more serious with his high school kids than he does with any of the other ones. He expects more out of the high school kids than any of the rest. And I understand that. And I have a lot of respect for Mr. Milton. Like, I've heard so many stories from my brothers because they're older than me, and they talked about Mr. Milton and how good of a teacher he is and how good of a band director he is and all the fun times they've had with Mr. Milton and whatnot. So I already had this like respect for him before I even met him in 6th grade. I had so much respect for him. I still do, even after what happened. I hope he sees this video. Straight up. He needs to, because of what happened between me and him. Now, I always admired Mr. Milton. In my mind, I actually put Mr. Milton up on this pedestal because I thought he was so cool. I thought he was so good at what he does, you know, and I respected him so much. And I loved band. I loved it so much. I wanted to go through all of my high school years in band, but it didn't happen because things went sideways and I just decided to get out of it. So leading up to, going back to school, we were in band camp, and band camp started early, like 3 or 4 weeks before school started, and we had to show up in the morning like we were going to school, which was like 7 a.m. and we had to be up there, and we were up there for 4 hours. So we were up there until like 11 or 12. He had high school kids that were above the freshmen, like sophomores, juniors, and seniors, that were in charge of teaching the freshmen how to march. So I went to band camp the first few days of band camp, and we were getting taught how to march, and we were having to like show Mr. Milton how we were doing and whatnot. I didn't want to go at all because I was in that depression state at the time, but I was going because I remember Mr. Milton specifically saying, don't miss a single day of band camp. If you miss a day of band camp, you might as well get out of band. And I knew he wasn't playing. There was one day where I woke up and I was just like, F my life, bro. I do not want to go to band camp today. I was dealing with so much, and band camp on top of it was just making it even harder. And there was one day where I was just like, F it, I'm not going to band camp today. Like, F band camp. And I didn't go. And I thought, okay, one day won't be too bad. Like, I should be able to come back and be fine the next day. But I knew in my mind, because we were going so fast when he was teaching us, that like, if I missed one day, I was going to miss something important. And the day that I did not show up was when he started teaching everybody their marching positions and where they were going to move when we were on the field marching. Because the day before, we got our spots on the marching field that we were going to be in, but we didn't learn where we were going to move. We were just in our spots playing our instruments, and he was like teaching us how to play our instruments while we're marching and teaching us how to march. But we didn't like have like our movements, like our first set of movements yet. And the day that I missed was the day where we got our first set of movements in the marching. So when I came back, Mr. Milton didn't know that I didn't come that day. He didn't realize that I wasn't there, because there's like close to 100 kids in the band. I think at the time we were in it, there was like 80 kids. When I got there, he didn't know that I wasn't there the day before. And this is why he told everybody that if you miss a day of band camp, you might as well not even be in band. You might as well get out of band. And it's because if you miss one day, you're going to miss so much that you're going to fall behind. And he's not going to, go around and individually teach everybody what they missed. He's not, because he doesn't have time for that. He has to get us to learn how to march, before the first football game of our school, so that we can march during the first football game. So I showed up that next day after I missed that one day, and it was bad. It was so bad. The first thing he would do is we would go inside and we would get our instruments, and then sometimes we would sit there and we would play our music like once or twice, and then we'd head out to the parking lot. And then sometimes we would go in there and grab our instruments, and he was like, meet me out on the parking lot, because there was a giant parking lot where we would practice marching for the football field. And that's where we learned where our spots were going to be and everything else we were going to learn for our marching and whatnot. So I knew my spot because I was there for the day when I learned my spot was. But I wasn't there when he was teaching where we were going to move. And I got in my spot with my trombone, because I was a trombone player. I still know how to play trombone. I still know all the slide positions and everything. He got up there on his stand, getting us ready to go. And whenever we went, everyone started moving around me. They knew where to move, and I didn't know where to move. So I just stood there frozen like, oh, snap. And I knew I was going to get called out. I was just in the middle of it, and I'm like, F my life. Like, this is going to be bad. And Mr. Milton kept stopping everybody and making them go back to their spots. And he started yelling at me because I wasn't moving each time that he was trying to get us to move and practice, because he thought I was there that day and that I knew where to go. And he started yelling at me. And I never expected Mr. Milton to yell at me. I've heard stories of him yelling at people and getting mad, and I've seen him do it a couple times. But I never thought there would be a day where Mr. Milton was yelling at me, like big time yelling at me, like screaming at me straight up, because he was so mad because he thought I was there and that I knew where to go. Because it was literally just a movement where it was like you move from here and you just go straight this way, just straight that way. And you go to your spot, it's like 3 spots over, and you stop. Like, that was the part that he was trying to get us to do. And I didn't know. So I just stood there. I was already feeling like crap because of my depression. I didn't want to be there. I was just there because I felt like I had to. Like, it's forced. It was school. And I wanted to be a part of the marching band. So I was there. But I missed that one day because I was so mad and so depressed and just like I didn't want to be here anymore. So I skipped that day thinking that I could probably get away with it when I knew in my heart and I knew in my mind that it was going to bite me in the ass, and it did. So I got there that day and he was screaming at me, like yelling at me. He was like, "It's not that freaking hard. You just move from there to there, there to there." Like he was just yelling at me. I don't remember if he called me stupid or not, but a part of me feels like he did. And he was yelling at me so bad that he literally stopped everybody and told everybody to go inside. And I remember I started shaking because of how angry I was. Like I was standing there when he was yelling at me and I was just frozen, but at the same time I was just shaking because I was so angry. I wanted to cuss him out. I was so mad. I wanted to go up there and I wanted to kill him. I'm not even gonna lie. I wanted to go up there and pull him off that damn stand and fucking beat him to a pulp. That's how pissed I was. I was like, in my mind at the time, I was like, how dare you talk to me like that? You think I'm just gonna let that slide? I wanted to go up there and I wanted to get him. I was so mad, but I'm not that type of person to fight, even though I really want to. So I just started shaking, and then everyone was walking towards the building like this way to go inside, and everybody else was just quiet. When I was getting yelled at, they were just quiet. You know what was even worse? My friends were there. Jimmy was there. Kyle was there. My sister was there, Brianna. They witnessed it. And even though they witnessed it, they didn't come to me and ask me if I was okay after it happened. They just walked into the building. I think Brianna stopped and came to me whenever I walked inside, but like at first she didn't. Jimmy and Kyle just walked in there and acted like I wasn't even existing anymore. Braden just got chewed out and we know what he's going through and we're just gonna act like it didn't happen. We're just gonna walk in there and not even go up to him and ask him if he's okay. I remember I was just shaking while he was yelling at me because I was so angry and I just wanted to. I was at that point in my mind where I was like, "F this world! I'm about to take this trombone and beat him with it straight." I was about to grab the trombone and just go, BAM! And slam it against the ground and break it because I was that pissed. And I knew the trombone is like expensive, like $1,000 or like $500. And all the trombones and all the instruments that we have at this freaking school were all, you know, the school's instruments that were given to us because we were very fortunate as a school to not have to pay for our instruments. Mr. Milton just had a bunch of instruments, and when we went in the band, he gave us instruments to play with for free. I know at other schools you have to pay, you either have to buy your own instrument or pay to rent one if you wanted to be in the band. But at our school, you just got one from Mr. Milton and you were in the band, you went in there and you played. He taught you how to play. But yeah, I was so mad that I just remembered that too. Like I was so mad that I had this vision in my head. I'm about to slam this trombone against the ground right in front of him to show him how much I don't give a F. Because of what I was going through, I was like, this man has no idea who he's talking to right now. I'm telling you, I still am a little pissed at him, but there's a part of me that's like, I get it. He didn't understand. He didn't know. I know he's not a bad person, but bro, you don't yell at people like that and treat them like garbage. He treated me like I was freaking dirt. But I think that needed to happen not only for me, but for him to teach him a lesson. I think God let that happen for a reason, to teach him a lesson that you can't just go around yelling at kids like that, because you never know. There's that one kid you're yelling at that's going through something that may go home and end their life because you yelled at them that day, or they may go do something crazy. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I was literally shaking as he was yelling at me. And then when he told everyone to go in, they all walked towards the building like this way. And I started walking this way because I didn't want to go in there. I wanted to get away because I was shaking with anger and I was like about to cry. And I started crying, not just because of what I was going through and the emotions I was feeling from the depression and whatnot, but I was crying because of how mad I was at Mr. Milton and how much I just wanted to, like, I know there's other people out there like this. When you have that cry that's not because you're sad, it's that cry of anger. You want to just do something so badly, but you know you shouldn't be doing it and you're just crying. I wanted to beat the crap out of him, but I knew that I shouldn't, and I was holding myself back, so I was just crying of anger. And I've never gotten in a fight. I've never beat anybody up. I've never gotten into a fist fight or anything like that. I've come close, but I've never done it because that's not the person that I am. I walked over to the side while everyone was walking in, and I was just standing there like 10 feet away from Mr. Milton, 10, 20 feet away. And I got behind everybody when they were walking in because I didn't want to be seen. I just wanted to get away. And I just started crying and bawling and sobbing, like that cry where you're just like where you're like sniffling and you're like, like you're doing that. Like that's the cry that I had. But it was like extreme, intense, like sobbing. Like I was like shaking and sobbing. And Mr. Milton saw me and his facial expression went from like frustration and anger to like, oh snap. Like, what did I just do? And he literally walked up to me and looked at me like, what's wrong? And I didn't know what to tell him, but I immediately just said, I'm going through a lot. I was sobbing to him and I was like, I am just going through a lot right now. And I was just crying, like snot coming out of my nose. I was bawling. And even though I wanted to beat him so bad, when he turned and looked at me the way that he did, like he felt really bad. I could tell he did. That anger, it didn't completely go away, but it subsided. And I was just like, I wanted to tell him so badly what was going on in my life, but I just simply told him, I'm just going through a lot right now. And he felt bad. And I literally went in there. I didn't even go into the band hall where everyone was at, sitting down. I just went into the hallway next to the band hall where the water fountains were. And I was drinking water and washing my face because I had snot coming out everywhere. And I was taking napkins and wiping my face down and whatnot. And I was still shaking and crying. And I was pacing back and forth in the hallway. And I remember Brianna came into the hallway and was like checking on me because she saw what happened and she was worried about me. And I think even John Wesley came in there. That's another one of my friends. Came in there and was checking up on me because he saw me and he was like, dude, what's going on? He didn't know anything about what was going on, but I think I just told him the same thing, that I was just going through a lot. And they felt bad. And I know all the other kids felt bad because throughout the school year, there was kids that would like check up on me and ask me if I was okay. Kids that I didn't even know that were asking me if I was okay. I remember I went home after that. I didn't even stay for the rest of band camp that day. I don't even know if I went back to band camp or not. I think I did, but I just didn't march. I just sat there and watched everybody else march. After what he did to me, I was way too afraid to get out there. That was literally one of my worst fears, is something like that happening to me and me getting yelled at by Mr. Milton. And it happened. And it petrified me to the point where I just didn't even want to get back on that. I didn't want to get back out on that field. I also felt like I just didn't fit in anymore because nobody knew that something was going on, but that exposed it. And at that point, it felt like I just didn't fit in with anybody anymore. I just didn't want to be there, but I knew I had to because the government forced you to go to school. And I was just like, is this ever going to end? Like, am I just gonna feel like this for the rest of my life? At this point, I think me and Alexa weren't even in communication anymore. Like I said, my friends pretty much stopped talking to me. I was like all alone. Like literally, it felt like I was all alone. The only person that I had was my mom, and my family was there, but they really didn't mess with me. I think it's because they're too afraid to. But my mom was there. My mom actually was petrified and scared because she was afraid I was going to take my life. And every day she was stressed and constantly wanting to check up on me and see if I was okay. Like literally. Remember when I told you guys this story was going to get deep? Yeah. It's not just, one simple story. This is a bunch of stories combined into one big, massive story. And we're not even at the end yet. There's going to be more bad stuff y'all haven't even heard yet. I feel like it's going to take forever for me to tell the story, but I'm trying my best to tell you guys this story because I think it needs to be told. After that, I stayed in band, and I was surprised that Mr. Milton let me stay in band because he made it pretty dang clear that if you weren't marching, then you get out of band. Like, I don't want you in band. Get out of band if you're not going to be marching. If you don't want to march, get out. And I wanted to march, but I was too scared to. And I felt like I fell behind so much that it was just impossible for me to get out there and march. And I know Mr. Milton felt bad because usually if you weren't marching or you weren't participating, he would just change your schedule for you. You wouldn't be in band anymore, but he didn't. He let me stay in band, and I didn't march. I just sat there and watched everybody else march. And then when they went on the field to march, I was kind of like the water boy for the freaking band, which is made me freaking feel embarrassed, to be honest. Not that I was, the water boy giving out water, but I was like the guy that Mr. Milton just used as like a extra muscle to get things around. He would make me go out there and put the stand up for the drum majors to like get up there and do their, whatever you want to call it, conducting for the marching band. I became a professional at, at setting up that stand. I knew exactly how to do it. Just take it out there. It's up. It wasn't even that hard, to be honest. It was just a heavy stand. I would just sit there on the sideline real still while they did their thing. I was still in a marching uniform and everything, but I would just stand there and watch. The only time that I felt like I was really participating was when we would transition into concert band at the end of the year, and we would be just inside all the time playing music and learning music for the concert at the end of the year that we usually do. It just felt like I didn't fit in anymore. When school started and I actually started going to class, there was one person that was there for me during my freshman year, and I'll never forget that he was there for me. He didn't know what happened during summer, but when I got into school, I told him about it. His name is Sammy. Well, actually, his name is Samuel, but I call him Sammy. I've always called him Sammy since I've known him because it's what everyone else called him when I first met him. He was there to listen to what I had to say, even if some of the stuff I said was crazy and dark. And even though he probably wasn't the best influence on me, he was there as, somebody that was listening and wouldn't run away. He would just be there. And I went from being in this big friend group with my friends, Jimmy and Kyle, and everybody else that was at the school with us that wanted to be a part of our friend group or just hang out with us. I went from that to like nobody wanted to talk to me, and it was just me and Sammy. My friends, like Jimmy, would talk to me here and there, but there was just like this rift between us where it was just awkward. We wouldn't really talk like we used to, and it felt like we were just disconnected. And me and Kyle pretty much just stopped talking in general. It was sad, and I was embarrassed, and I would embarrass myself even more by doing stuff in school that was just embarrassing. And it was mainly just a part of me did it for attention, and another part of me did it because I did not want to be there. I mean, it was so bad that my mom even let the school know what was going on with me so the teachers understood. And I think when I went to therapy, they even gave the school like a note letting them know like what was going on in my life, and they gave me like special treatment because they knew that I was going through stuff and how serious it was getting. Like they let me get away with a lot because of what I was going through. And I'm telling you, if they weren't as lenient as they were with me, we would have had some fights with the teachers. And I've never gotten arguments with teachers, but I've wanted to give teachers a piece of my mind plenty of times. When I went back to school, it just felt so weird. It felt like another world that I didn't belong in. But I was just doing my thing and trying to, just get through it. I was failing bad because I wasn't working on any of my work because I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to do anything. I just did not have the desire to exist anymore. I was just doing what I was forced to do, just going with the flow of the system. There would be days where I would literally just sit in the corner of the classroom and just cry. Like all the kids would be in their desks and the teacher would be teaching, but I would get up from my desk and I would just go sit in the corner of the classroom, like next to the window or just in a corner where I was away from everybody or as far away as I could get. And I wasn't even that far away sometimes. Sometimes I was literally like just right there crying in the corner. And it's embarrassing to think about and remember. And at the time, I even felt embarrassed, but I still did it because I wanted attention and I wanted people to know that there was something going on with me. I just didn't want to be there anymore. I wanted them to let me just go, let me leave. I wanted to drop out of high school so bad. Like I was like, I don't need high school, let me leave. Because I'm a smart kid. I'm very smart. And I don't say that to be prideful. I know I'm extremely intelligent. And I honestly believe that I didn't need anything in high school and I would be fine. I'm already smart enough to live in the real world. Like, let me leave. Let me leave. But because of the way society is, if you don't have a high school diploma, they're going to consider you as a lowlife and they're not going to accept you at a job most of the time, which is stupid because there's some people out there that don't have a high school diploma that are actually really good workers, that are really smart, but you just won't accept them because they don't have a freaking certificate. They don't have this freaking paper that says they graduated from freaking high school. Bruh. And also, I already had the plan to be a YouTuber, so I was like, I don't need anything. It's YouTube. Just go home, make videos. And I wanted all that extra time before I turned 18 to just go home and get to work on my videos because I wanted to be a YouTuber. Like I still do to this day. That's why I'm here making this video. That's a part of the reason, but not the main reason. I've already told you guys some of the reasons. That's why I also have other channels that I want to do, and another channel that I'm doing right now that's actually, I've gotten it to 1.6K subscribers right now. And I'm trying to get it somewhere where I can really start making some money. My friends probably don't even know that I would sit in the corner of the class and cry, because I would only do it in classes that they weren't in. Classes that they were in with me, I would sit there at my desk and just go with the flow. But if my friends weren't there, I would just sit in the corner of the class and cry. I think the only person that I would do it with is Sammy. If Sammy was in the class, then I would still go in the corner and cry. I would also, at the cafeteria, when we would go to lunch, I wouldn't even sit at the cafeteria table. I would just sit against the wall in the cafeteria and just cry. There was a specific spot that I had that I would go to every day, and I would just sit there and cry. I had my friends and I had a table where we would sit and eat. And the funny thing is, I was on the very end of the table. Like literally, I was like the head of the table, and I would sit there and eat with them and hang out usually. But that year, that seat literally sat there empty, and nobody really ever sat there. And they would leave it sitting there empty. And I think they would even tell people, don't sit here. And I was even told, because during my senior year, I didn't go to school, I did online. I was even told by Jimmy that seat literally stayed empty. Nobody sat there. And it's sad to hear. And I wish I was there. I'm telling you guys, my high school years were so messed up. Like, I don't know how I made it out and got my diploma, but I did. Well, man, I do know how I got out. I fought to get my diploma because my mom would not let me freaking drop out. So I fought to get my diploma, even though I didn't want to. The only part of me that did it for myself was the thought of, maybe this diploma, I'll need it someday to get a job. But I've never worked a job because my mom has let me stay home and make videos because she believes in me. And I am so grateful for that. But I know there's going to be a time where I'm going to have to go get a job if I'm not successful off of YouTube in time. And I'm afraid of that. I'm trying so badly right now to just make it. I want this year to be the year. I graduated in 2021, so it's been 4 years, and she was only going to give me 2, but she's letting me go this far because I think she believes in me, and she's also probably afraid to confront me and make me go get a job because she doesn't want me to freak out and not want to go get one. I really just don't want one, and I want YouTube to work so I don't have to go get one. But yeah, that's besides the point. That's not the part of the story. That's not like a part of this main story. That's just a part of my life. And I feel guilty every day. I feel bad and guilty every day for pretty much living off of my mom and not being able to help out around here with money. And I'm trying so hard with YouTube to get to that point where I can, but I'm still not there. I've gotten way further than since I graduated. Like now I'm a partner on YouTube on my other channel, and I have made a couple of checks, like $300 something worth of money in all 3 checks combined. But that's not enough to sustain myself and help out around here. I need to be making like at least $2,000 a month or more to really help out around here. Even that wouldn't sustain me, because that money would just go straight to bills and that would be it. But I would want to save it. I would want to save some of that money and not just spend it all on bills and food and whatnot to help out around here. I don't know. I really want this story to reach a lot of people. But yeah, back to the story. I was in school. I would cry a lot, all this kind of stuff. The teachers and even the principal would kind of baby me because they knew what I was going through, and it felt like they were talking to me like I was a kid when I really just wanted them to be real with me. And I felt guilty because they were treating me so good, and I was like, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this. But they were treating me like that because they felt bad and they heard about what I was going through. They didn't know the details. They just knew that I was in a deep depression and that I was suicidal, and that a lot of things happened over the summer that caused that. I told some of them what happened a little bit, but not all of them. I didn't tell them everything like I'm telling you guys now, because I didn't want them to make fun of me. I didn't want them to think to judge me and be like, it's not even a big deal. It's just a girl didn't like you. That's all that happened. I feel like that's how most people would view it, but bro, you don't understand how bad heartbreak is when you're that deep in. It is bad. I literally told myself back then that I'm never going to let myself get attached to anybody like that ever again. It's dangerous to let yourself become that attached that quickly. I learned that from experience. But yeah, moving on with the story. I don't really know where to go from here because there was some stuff that happened here and there. There was a lot of stuff that happened, so it's kind of hard to figure out what happened chronologically. I kind of just need to tell you guys just everything that happened during school, whether it's chronologically or not. Also, if you're wondering, yeah, I didn't even eat in school. I just sat there and cried in the corner. That's literally what it was. That's bad. Dude, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I went from like 210 pounds, like 210 and 220. And when I started eating again and I started getting back to myself, I weighed myself and I swear I remember that scale saying 160 something. Like I lost like 40 to 50, maybe even 60 to 70 pounds. Cause I think it might have even been lower. It might have even been like the 140, 150 range. I lost that much weight from this depression. I lost that much weight because the weight when I got depressed, I know some people are the opposite where they just like they eat food to drown their feelings pretty much. I was the opposite. I didn't have an appetite at all. I didn't want to eat anything, so I just didn't eat. I would drink some water here and there because I knew I needed to, but I wouldn't drink that much, and I would eat little bits of food here and there, but that was it. I wasn't really eating, so I dropped like 60, 70 pounds, and my friends don't even know about that. There's a lot of stuff they don't know. I really hope they watch this video and they're able to see from my perspective and be like, whoa, wait, hold up, he went through a lot, because I did. And I really want them to understand that. There were so many things that happened in school. There was this one girl, I think she was a senior, and I swear I recognized her because I think I've seen her before, and I think she was in high school whenever my brothers were in high school, because when I was a freshman she was a senior, and some of those seniors knew my brother Sean. Some of them even asked me when I was a freshman, are you Sean's brother? And some of them were like, I didn't know he had a little brother. And some of them were like, I heard he had a little brother, but I never didn't know it was you, never met him. Because my brothers are like way older than me. Well, not that much older. Like Sean's like 4 years older than me, and then Johnny's like 7 years older than me. But yeah, there was this one girl, and she was actually kind of cute, not gonna cap, but I didn't try anything with her because I didn't know if I should or if I whatever. And also I was just not in a good place for a relationship at all. But she would literally come out there when I would be sitting on the steps of the school, just sitting there by myself. Sometimes I'd be crying, sometimes I'd just be sitting there looking sad as fuck. I need to stop cussing, for real though. So I'd just be sitting there looking sad. The train really got to be doing that right now. Bro, please don't honk again. Just keep going. Don't honk again. I think he's done. But what I was saying is this girl would come out. She would see me and she would sit there next to me and ask me how I was doing. Ask me if I was okay and whatnot. And she would check up on me here and there during my freshman year because she was worried about me. And I was like, I loved that there was somebody that cared. There was like one other dude that asked if I was okay during band camp, and he looked like he was a senior as well. Some of them knew me because of my brothers, and then some of them probably knew me because my sister's 1 year older than me. And then some of them probably knew me just because my last name is Castro. My brother Sean was so popular that like everybody like knew that name Castro, even the teachers. So when they saw my last name, they would be like, are you Sean's little brother, or are you Johnny's little brother? And I'd be like, yep. So it's kind of like I had to walk in their footsteps, like walking in their shadow is what it kind of felt like. And growing up in high school and growing up in school in general, at times it felt like that. Not all the time, but there were a lot of times where it felt like Sean put this standard that was so high, and then I was like, I can't reach that. Because he was loved by so many people in our school. He was the popular kid. Like there were so many girls that wanted to be with him. There were so many people that wanted to hang out with him and talk to him. Like everybody was friends with him. And that was because he was just so real and authentic, and he wasn't afraid to tell people what he thought. And he was very good at just being social and talking to people that he didn't even know. It's funny because a long time ago, I feel like Sean wasn't like that. There was just a time in his life where he like flipped and he became like that. And I think that's when he started working. His first job is when he started becoming like that, because he did tell me at one point that when he first got his first job, he started realizing that he could do so much more that he didn't think he could ever do, and he could be so much more than he ever thought he could be. That probably allowed him to build up his confidence to like, just be himself and be authentic and not be afraid to confront people or tell people what he thinks, whether they're going to like it or not. And that's what I think people liked about Sean, is he was so real. And you could come up to him and talk to him and he would talk to you. He wasn't the type of guy to like push you away. I was the type of guy that would push you away. I'm not even gonna lie, because I was that type of guy that would get really annoyed if you even try to talk to me if I didn't know you, unless I wanted to talk to you or I wanted you to be my friend. If you were somebody that I didn't want around me, then I would tell you to leave me alone. And I regret that. I wish I would have let people in more, because I know if I did that, I would have had a lot more friends, and I probably would have, been able to be more confident with people like Sean was. But that one girl would come out and check on me every day, or almost every day, for like a moment there. And I was grateful for that, and I liked it a lot. I just wanted to point that out. That was one thing that happened while I was in school during this, all this crap. My friend Sammy and I would just talk all the time during school, talk about deep stuff, talk about things that are going on in our life. He was pretty much somebody that I could pour all of my stuff onto and vent. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you, Sammy. You might be watching this video. Thank you for being there for me during my freshman year whenever I was going through all that crap. I know we don't talk anymore. It's really rare that we ever say anything to each other, but I feel like you're one of the realest friends I've ever had, to be honest. But yeah, during school, I'm trying to think if there's anything I'm missing. I don't think there was. There was one time where I was in biology. It was freshman year during all this stuff. And there was a kid in my class, Marcus. I know him. He knows me. Well, we don't know each other that well, but we know each other exists. You know what I'm saying? And he was actually one of Kyle's like best friends. Him and Raphael were sitting in the corner of the class, and they would not stop talking to each other and disrupting the class. The teacher kept on like stopping what she was doing because they wouldn't stop. I was just sitting there frustrated because I was just trying to get through class. And I was just sitting there for like a long time, it felt like, and we couldn't get anything done because of them. It was also because the teacher just would not get on with the lesson unless they would shut up. And I can't remember her name. It was Miss something, obviously, because she's a teacher. Miss, I don't know why I'm forgetting her name. I only had her for 1 year, but I literally just got up in the middle of class and I literally just said, this is a waste of time. I was like, this class is just a freaking waste of time. You don't learn anything in here. I said something along the lines of that. I don't know if I worded it exactly or not. And I got my stuff. I walked out of class. I literally got up, picked up my stuff, walked out of class. I was just like, yeah, F this. And usually if you try to do that, they would stop you and make you go sit back down. But she just got quiet and everybody else got quiet and I just walked out. They didn't try to stop me. And I think that's because she knew I was going through stuff, because they let all the teachers know that I was going through stuff. So she just let me walk out. And I literally just remember walking out of class and just sitting out in the hall and just being like, I'm waiting till the bell rings. And the bell rang not even that long after that. I remember it didn't even feel like it was that long. And Sammy came out and he was like laughing because of what I did. Oh. He was like, bro, you really just did that? I think after that, Marcus shut up and the class continued after I left. I'm trying to think of other things that might have happened. Oh, no, I just remembered a lot of stuff. Here's the embarrassing parts, the really embarrassing parts. So after everything that happened with Alexa, I was still so desperate for a relationship, for a girlfriend, that I started grasping at whatever I could find that I was interested in. There was one girl, I think she was a junior or a senior at the time. I thought she was hot. I thought she was really attractive. And I didn't know who she was at all. But I like devised this plan in my head. It was my way of approaching her because I was so scared to approach anybody. But I was willing to try something, even though it probably wasn't the best way. I know it wasn't the best way to approach somebody. But I literally wrote on a sticky note. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I said, hi, my name is Braden Castro. And then I said that I liked her and I thought she was pretty. I thought she was cute and that I would like to get to know her and talk to her and whatnot. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I think it was something along the lines of that. And I found out where her locker was because I would when I was in the hallways between classes, I would pay attention to where she was going and see what locker she would go to get stuff out of the locker and whatnot. I remember I went multiple classes just making sure that that was the locker that was hers, because I would see her go to that same locker over and over. And then during I think it was my 4th period or my 3rd period class, I asked the teacher if I could go to the bathroom, and I never asked the teacher if I can go to the bathroom ever. Ever. Jimmy knew about it because I told him I was going to do it. And he was like, no way you're doing that. And I left class. I remember me and Jimmy looked at each other and he just no way he's doing this. And I went and put that sticky note on her locker. And then I came back to class and I was like, oh, frick, I did it. Like she's gonna see it when she comes out. And I remember going out to see if she saw it, and I seen her see it, and she pulled it off the locker, and I think she like opened her locker, and she like sat there in the locker reading it, and then she got her stuff and went to class and whatnot. I think it was next period. Jimmy was talking about it with another kid. His name was Joe, and come to find out, she's a lesbian. Yeah, apparently I found out from Joe that she already had a girlfriend and everything, and she was a lesbian. And I was like, bro, why is it always the good looking ones that are lesbian? I don't even remember her name. I think I remember starting with an L, but I don't remember her name. And then I was like, okay, if I can't be with her, then who else could I probably be with, or try to see if they want to be with me, or try to ask somebody out? There's only one other girl that I even tried anything with, and I can't remember if there was anybody else. Yes, there was. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this one first because it's bigger and it's crazier, and then there's one more after this. And I think it went in that order, but I might be mistaken. So remember earlier in this video where I told you guys about my ex-girlfriend from when I was in 5th and 6th grade? And the reason why I did this is because I didn't really consider that relationship a real mature relationship. It was just like something we did because we were kids and we thought we wanted to be together, and it wasn't really like that big of a deal at the time, even though at the time we felt like it was. And we even thought about like getting married and having a family and whatnot and living together in the future, but we were literally only like 11 or 12 years old. So, and it only lasted for like so many months, so like it's not like it was any like real relationship, you know what I'm saying? Another reason why I say it wasn't really a real relationship is because back in 5th and 6th grade, I was a pussy, to be straight up honest. And I would not go and talk to her in person. I would just run around and run away from her because I was scared to. And honestly, I liked the chase. It was fun. I liked it. But I knew that it was wrong, but I still liked it. A part of me did it because of the chase, and another part of me did it because I was so afraid to talk to her in person. And it's not just because of that, but it's because all of her friends were around. It wasn't just her, it was all of her friends. And it's like, I'm not a part of their friend group, and you're just gonna throw me in the mix with all your friends, and like we're gonna have this conversation together in front of all of your friends. It probably would have been better if it was just me and her talking and none of her friends were around. That relationship, the way that it happened in 5th and 6th grade. In 5th grade, she was the new girl in school, one of the new girls in 5th grade. Her name was Anna. She had a crush on me. I want to say it was like 2 to 3 months after school started that she asked me out, and the way that she asked me out was getting her friends to come and ask me out for her because she was too afraid to approach me. I had inklings that she liked me because, okay, so the first day of school, this is the crazy thing. I literally remember walking in the first day of 5th grade, and I was walking into class with my cousin Devonte. I seen Anna and her friend Molly, one of her best friends, probably her best friend, sitting together, and the way that the desks were arranged in this class was they were in pairs. So there was like 2 desks that were connected together, and then 2 desks, and then 2 desks. And it was like that all around the classroom, just 2 desks, 2 desks, 2 desks. And you pretty much just sat next to your friend, pretty much is what you would do. That's how we did it. And I sat next to Devonte. It was me and Devonte. And then Anna and Molly sat in the one next to us. And Anna and Molly were the new girls that year that we had never seen before. So that's why they stuck out to me immediately. I was like, I don't know these girls, but I'm assuming they're new. And they both came from different schools. I don't know where Molly came from because I didn't ever get to know anything about her, but Anna came from Fort Worth from what I remember. And I remember looking at Anna, like I was checking her out to see if I thought she was cute or not. I'm not even a cap. And I was like, she kind of does look cute. Like, and none of the other girls in my class I found attractive. So I was like, maybe we finally have some attractive girls in my class. And she was cute. She was pretty. And I literally thought to myself, what if me and her become boyfriend and girlfriend or something like that? Like, that'd be crazy. And I just thought about it, but I didn't think that would actually happen. And now that I'm looking back at it, I'm like, maybe God wanted that to happen for a reason. Like, there was a purpose behind that. And me thinking that was probably the Holy Spirit letting me know, like, hey, something's gonna happen. I didn't think much of it because I've had thoughts like that before, but nothing's ever happened. There was one specific moment where I felt like she probably liked me, and it was because we were in line waiting to go into PE. Anna was behind me in the line, and Molly was behind her, and then Jimmy was in front of me, and we were waiting to go into PE, and we were just sitting out there talking and chilling because we had to wait for them to be ready to open the door and let us in. I remember I didn't turn around, I just stood facing forward, and Molly like nudged Anna forward, like, "You got this," is what she said. I remember, "You got this." And I immediately was like, hold up. That screams like, "You got this," like, talk to him right now, ask him, tell him. And I was like, wait a second, did I really just hear that or did I not? Am I tripping? But I didn't think much of it. But there was a part of me that got excited, like maybe she likes me and she wants to tell me that and she's too afraid to. And so I didn't turn around. I just acted like I didn't hear them. And then whenever it came time for us to go into PE, we just walked in. And then I'm assuming when that happened, Anna and Molly probably looked at each other like, there goes your chance. I think she literally got in line behind me on purpose because she wanted to talk to me, but she was too afraid to. And then there were some other moments, I don't know if I'm remembering this correctly, but I think there were some moments in class because we had like every class together almost. I think we literally did have every class together in 5th grade. There would be times in class where she would look over at me and I'd catch her looking and I'd be like, what's she looking at? And then when I would catch her, she would look away like real quick, like, oh shit, he caught me. I pretty much got these hints here and there, and I didn't really know if it was gonna happen or not. So I just was going with the flow, acting like there was nothing happening. And then one day we were in lunch, and then after lunch, we would go outside, right outside the cafeteria. And it was like in between the PE building and in between the cafeteria. We would go out in that area, and that would be our area that we could run around in and hang out in after we got finished eating our lunch. And so I went out there and I was playing with Jimmy and any of the other kids that we had in our little friend group. And we were little, so we were still running around being stupid. We had our little fake pistols like this, and we were running around acting like we were doing some type of war and like crazy stuff and just running around like little kids. But keep in mind, we were 11 or 12 years old, so we were probably a little too old for that. Not even a cap. Like I know 11, 12-year-olds nowadays and I ain't doing nothing like that, which is sad. I remember I was following my friends because they ran around the corner, and I was walking literally around the corner of the building. Like, here's the wall, here's me going, freaking walking, and then right around the corner comes Devontae and Daniel, which they were a part of Anna's friend group because they became friends with her real quick. They literally came around the corner and were like, hey, stop. Like, we gotta ask you this question. Actually, no, I think they immediately just came around the corner and they just didn't even say anything. Like, they just immediately were like, will you go out with Anna? Anna wants to know if you'll go out with her. Will you go out with Anna? And Daniel and Devontae were just like, just say yes, just say yes, just say yes. I immediately knew right then and there that my theory that she liked me was correct. And I remember before I said yes, I looked around the corner of the building where they came from, and Anna was sitting up against the wall like this with her head down. She was sitting up against the wall like that with her head down, and she was like, you know, when you're nervous and your leg is shaking, that's what she looked like. Like she was terrified that I was going to say no. Like she was so worried and anxious. And I remember looking over at her there, and she was sitting there with Molly, Hannah, and some other girls. I think Arlie and Ashley, because that was like their friend group at the time. They were all standing there around her, probably just there to support her and keep her calm. And I remember just looking around the corner and seeing that, and I immediately knew like what was up. And I was like, I just looked both at Devontae and Daniel and I said yes. And then they went over to her to immediately tell her, and I remember watching them tell her, and she got super excited. Like she started going like, oh my god, like he said yes. I don't know what they said or anything or what was coming out of their mouths. I just could see the excitement in all of them, and I really was happy. I was excited, but I was shy and scared. I had social anxiety. I still do to this day because I've never gotten used to just talking to people that I'm not used to talking to. There was months that went on where me and Anna, we were together, and I would text her on my iPod at the time because I didn't have a phone. All I had was an iPod, and I downloaded the Text Now app, and I would text her through that. We would have long conversations and flirt with each other through the phone and whatnot. But when it came to the going to school and actually talking to her face to face, I couldn't man up and do it. She would try to come up to me and talk to me, but I would just run away or walk away. I was just a pussy, bro. Like nowadays I would stand there and I would wait for her, and I would like let her come to me, and I would be like, "What's up?" Or I would go up to her if it was the me nowadays. And back then, she seemed like such a nice girl, so innocent. I was like, this girl could be my future wife, and she's pretty, she's cute, like she could be something. And I fumbled. I fumbled so hard, it's not even funny. But I think it was just another part of my life that was a learning curve. It was a lesson to be learned that God was just trying to teach me. We would have arguments on the phone because she would get mad about how I was so shy and I would never talk to her, and she really wanted to hang out with me and talk to me in school. And I just kept telling her that I'm just so shy. And she got tired of hearing that, so she would get mad at me and she didn't want to hear it anymore. There was one time where I just got tired of it and I just called her a bitch, which I should have never called her that, and I knew it was wrong at the time, but I did it to pretty much let her know like she needs to stop, even though I should have just been more of a man, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't. I was a freaking 11, 12-year-old little boy, not knowing what the frick he was doing. I literally broke up with her and I called her bitch. And I remember getting text from her number, and apparently it was her sister, her older sister that was living with her at the time, telling me that Anna was literally in a rampage pretty much because I broke up with her, and she was like in her room crying. She locked the door and she was like breaking things and throwing stuff everywhere, and she could just hear her crying and just freaking out because I broke up with her. So I told her sister that I would get back with her because I did feel bad and I didn't want to break up with her. I wanted to be with her, but I broke up with her because I was just like, I don't think I can do this. Like, I'm not ready for this. So I got back with her and we were together for I don't know how much longer. It felt like we were together for another like month or so. There was even a time during February, Valentine's Day, where she bought me a chocolate rose and put it in my locker, and I didn't get her anything because I just didn't really think about it. I wasn't used to that because I never had a girlfriend, so I felt bad when she got me something and I didn't get her anything. Her birthday was literally right around Valentine's Day. I remember her birthday is literally the day after Valentine's, and I didn't get her anything, and I felt really bad. I still feel bad about it to this day. I pretty much turned out to be a terrible boyfriend when she thought I would be an amazing one. I remember breaking up with her again because she kept on nagging me about being shy and not talking to her in school. And then after I broke up with her that time, she pretty much was like, I'm done with you. We're never getting back together, ever. And I'm telling you, before we got together for the first time, none of the guys ever tried anything. But as soon as we were broke up and like all the guys knew we were broke up, there was like, literally, I remember Raphael, Ashton, Daniel, like some of these other guys wanted to be with her. And as soon as they found out that we weren't a thing anymore, they tried to get with her immediately. And I was trying to get back with her because I didn't really want to break up with her and I wanted to be with her. But she was like, nope, we ain't get back together. But also, I'm going to tell you guys this. Anna, there was something wrong with her in her head. And I'm not saying this to be rude or offensive, but I could just tell there was something wrong with her. And she even told me stuff back in 5th grade. She probably don't even remember. Like, apparently she moved from Fort Worth because she was trying to her and her family were trying to get away from some bad stuff. She had a boyfriend before me, and apparently his name was like Brandon. She said that was one of the reasons why she liked me is because my name was Braden and it started with a B, and she liked boys with a name that started with a B. Brandon apparently was abusive and he was involved with like some gang stuff. There was moments in her past where her life was being threatened because of some gang stuff going on in Fort Worth, and she was dating like this kid that was like a part of a gang, and there was like drugs involved and money involved, like guns involved. Like, I think she told me there was a part where Brandon came to her house and threatened her and her family with a gun, and they were trying to get away from that, and that's why they moved from Fort Worth all the way to where we are. I'm probably completely wrong about this, and if I am, I'm sorry, Anna, if you're watching this, but I think she even already had sex at that age with her ex. Like, she'd already been put through a lot at that age, so she had some stuff going on in her head, past trauma, whatnot. I just want to let you guys know that before I move on with the story of Anna. And we are going to get back to the story of Alexa. I'm just telling you this story about Anna in the past because it's going to give you guys a lot of context for me and Anna in this story with Alexa. So after 5th grade, during the summer, I remember telling myself, I'm just going to act like I don't care anymore. And I'm going to play hard to get next year in 6th grade because I knew that Anna had a crush on me and that those feelings she had for me were still there. So I pretty much was using that to see if she would get back with me in 6th grade. And so in 6th grade, can this dog shut up, please? Okay, so back to what I was trying to say. During the summer between 5th and 6th grade, I was like, okay, this next year, I'm just going to play hard to get. I'm going to act like I don't care. I'm going to treat her nicely, and I'm going to try my best to have a relationship with her where I'm actually speaking to her in person, and I'm just going to face my fears kind of thing, because I really want to be with her, and I'm trying to like do this, you know, I'm trying to make things work. Literally not that long after me and her broke up in 5th grade, like right at the end of the school year, her and another boy named Nicky, his full name is Nicholas, but we all called him Nicky. He actually was in a grade above us. He was in 6th grade while we were in 5th grade. So I don't know how they got in contact, because the middle school building is literally away from the elementary, and the elementary and middle school kids don't see each other during school. So they had to have gotten in contact outside of school or through somebody else that got them in contact together. And I knew Nicky because I've had history with him. But I just told myself, okay, I'm just gonna like get ready for 6th grade and tell myself like just play hard to get, act like you don't care, and treat her nicely. Treat her like you've moved on and treat her nicely, you know, any chance you get, but don't like come off as like you're trying anything. More of like you're just another classmate that doesn't care anymore. Any times that we have interactions, just be nice and act like you've grown up and you're better now. So in 6th grade, I would hold the door for everybody. I was just trying to show that I'm a better person or that I'm a good person. And I didn't do that just because of Anna. Like I used to always hold the door open for everybody, like even before Anna came into the picture, like before she even came to our school, because I was just the type of kid I was raised to just be respectful and help out if you can. So I would hold the door for all the kids before they went in, and then I'd go in last. So I had started doing that a lot in 6th grade, and I know that Anna noticed that. And then anytime that me and Anna had an interaction, I would talk to her, I would be honest with her, and I wouldn't be afraid. I wouldn't run away like I used to. And there was times where she was cold, and then I offered her my jacket in class because the AC was freezing, and I offered her my jacket, and she would take it and put it on. I knew what I was doing was wrong because she was with Nicky, and I shouldn't even be trying anything with her because she was with somebody. But I was just trying to see if I could win her over pretty much just by showing her I didn't care anymore and that I had changed. And the reason why I said I was playing hard to get is because I wasn't just going to say yes to her if she asked me out. Like I was just going to be like, nope, and act like I didn't want anything to do with a relationship with her, when I actually did. And then there was one day, it was towards the beginning of the school year. Like the school year had only like just started. I think we were only like a month in, probably not even that. We went out to the track to walk the track around the football field. That day I had given Anna my jacket. She said she was going to give me my jacket back, and she usually would, but this time she was like, her and her friends were like messing with me and making me chase them for my jacket at the track. The whole class went out to the track, the whole grade, because I think we went out there for PE just to go around the track. It was the day where we just hung out and just walked the track and just talked, and I was fine with that. I was chill. And literally I had to chase them down for my jacket, and she was running, and I'm fast at running, or I used to be. So I caught up to them like real fast. I was like, I got him, and I got my jacket. I think they actually handed the jacket to somebody else that was faster than them, and they kept running with that jacket. So I kept running, and I went past Anna and her friends, and I couldn't catch up because I was losing breath. And I was like, dang, he freaking took off because he was running away from me. He did not want me to catch up. And I think it might have been Daniel. That's the only person I could think it could be. And Devontae walked up to me when I was by myself because I had ran up ahead of Anna and them. And I was by myself on the track, and I just started slowing down and walking because I was tired. And I was like, dang, I'm out of breath. Devontae walked up to me, and he had this stern face, this serious face, and he literally walked up and he got in front of me, and he was like backing up, walking as I was walking forward, and he was like, he literally just said this, and I'm pretty sure this is word for word because I never forgot it. He got up in front of me and said, "You don't deserve her." And I'm not gonna lie, thinking about it now, like, he was right. I don't, because of the way that I treated her, and also what I was doing was wrong because she was with Nicky. It was pretty much me stealing his girlfriend. You know, I shouldn't even been messing around with her at all because she was already with somebody. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Nicky that had my jacket because they gave it to him and he took off running and I was trying to get it from him. But yeah, Devontae literally walked up and said, "You don't deserve her." And then right after he said that, he started running away. And I was like, okay, that's kind of a pussy move to walk up and be like, "You don't deserve her," and then not even give me time to respond and to just run away. Okay, but he was right, you know what I'm saying? Because I was in the wrong for even trying to do something like that with Anna, even though she was with somebody. But literally, after we got done on the track, we were walking back to the school, and Anna was trying to catch up to me, and she started walking up behind me, and she started begging me to get back with her. And she just broke up with Nikki. And at first I was like, looking at her like, "No, I'm not getting with you, nope." And I just kept walking up the stairs and she started begging, and I think she was scared because she just broke up with Nikki, and if I didn't accept her, then she was gonna have nobody. Like Nikki was probably like, "Yeah, if you're gonna break up with me for him, then I ain't gonna, like, yeah, screw you." And then if I didn't accept her, then she was just gonna like lose her boyfriend and not get anybody. But I did want to be with her, so I said, at first I was like, nope. I was playing hard to get, so I wanted to see if she really wanted to be with me again, because the year before she said, "Nope, we're never getting back together." So I wanted to like let things keep going to really see if she was really wanting to be with me again. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she was like, "Please say yes, please get back with me." I don't know exactly what she was saying though. I don't know if that was the exact words. I pretty much eventually, after telling her no multiple times, I was like, "Okay, fine, we'll get back together." And then she got super excited and she told me to wait for her before I left school. I went over to her locker and I was waiting on her, and she literally pulled out a Sharpie and she wrote her phone number on my arm because she got a new phone number, and I was no longer in contact with her after 5th grade. She was really happy, and I was too, to be honest. I was excited. Our relationship was finally going somewhere, but at the same time, looking back at it now, I've grown up so much and I've matured. Back then, I would have not gotten back with her. I would have said nope because I knew it would have been wrong. Back then, I wouldn't have even tried anything again because I knew that I already messed up and I'm not gonna try nothing. But we were together for a few months, like 3 months to 6 months or something like that. I remember it was during the fall, I'm pretty sure, or it was the winter. We went to go see my brother graduate from basic training in the Army. I'm talking about my oldest brother, Johnny, and I told her that I wouldn't be around for like a week because I was going literally all the way to South Carolina to watch my brother graduate from basic training and go see him for a week. While we were gone, my brother Sean and my mom were talking to me about my relationship with Anna and saying that they thought that I shouldn't be with her because I was already going through so much at the time, and that it was just adding more stress onto it, and that they thought it would be better if we weren't together. And I trusted them, and I broke up with her. And when I broke up with her, she told me that time again, "We're never getting back together, like ever." And ever since, we've never been together. But I've seen her run through so many guys. She's been ran through by so many guys. It's nasty. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad. I don't know how many guys she's had sex with, if she's had sex with all the guys she's been with, but she's been with so many guys. Like it's crazy. And the fact that none of those relationships worked out says something about her. Like, she's probably not relationship material. Anna, I'm not saying any of this to offend you, but I've watched from a distance and I've seen how many guys you've been with. Not all of them, but I've seen like that you've been with so many guys. I don't say this to like judge you, offend you. I'm just saying what I saw, and I feel sorry for you, and I just hope and pray that everything works out for you, Anna. If you're watching this video, I don't wish anything bad on you. I hope wherever you're at in the world right now that you're good and things are fine with you, because I know you're not a bad person deep down, but I know you probably got some trauma and some past issues and whatnot to deal with. I don't know if you've dealt with them already or whatnot, but I hope and pray that if you haven't already, I hope and pray you find Jesus, and that you find out who he is and you learn about him and you come to realize that he is real, and that you should accept him in as Lord and Savior and let him, take control of your life, because he knows what's best for you and everybody else in this world. He knows what's best for everybody. Not only that, but without him, we can't get to heaven. So I just hope and pray that you find him. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I believe. I believe. Thank you, God. Thank you. I don't want anybody that's watching this video that hears me talking about them to take offense or to think that I'm judging. I know that you're not the same person that you were before back in the day. I know we've all grown up. I'm just trying to tell the story from my perspective and what I saw and what happened. Now, the reason why my family thought I should break up with her and why they said that I was already going through so much is because I was in therapy at the time in 6th grade. And it's because I had a mental disorder called derealization. It's a very scary thing. During the summer between 5th grade and 6th grade, there was just a day where I was sitting there playing my game and I just had this overwhelming feeling of like nothing's real. I'm in a dream. Everything around me just felt like a dream and like I wasn't real. And it was scary. It was a scary feeling. Everywhere I looked, I was trying to see like what was going on. It was just like a switch flipped in my brain. Everything just felt fake. And the reason why it happened is because I was so isolated. When you're isolated, it happens to you. I mean, I still have episodes nowadays where I feel it like extreme, but I've gotten so used to it and I've gotten control over it that I know when it happens that I'm fine. I'm literally completely fine. Even though it's scary and it feels really weird, I'm fine. And I am real. I'm in a real world. We're big chillin', even though I feel scared right now. Derealization it's a very real thing. I know a lot of people experienced it for the first time during the pandemic because of how isolated we all were. And I'm telling you, me going through the derealization that I've went through beforehand, it prepped me for the pandemic. I was thriving in the pandemic. Everybody else was out there freaking out and getting all like mentally ill. And I'm sitting up here going, wow, let's get it, boys. Yeah. Because I was like, finally, all the time in the world that I need to work on YouTube and to just be at home and play my video games and just have a blast. And everybody else is like, the world's ending. And I'm just over here like, playing no game, bro. Made them YouTube videos, bro. Come on. Yeah, during 6th grade, I had a derealization thing going on, and that wasn't the only time it ever affected me. It actually came back in high school during the time that all this stuff was happening with Alexa, and a little bit after it came back and I was fighting it again. There was actually a period of time, I don't remember when it was, but I swear it had to have been during the summer or during some kind of break that I had from school. I was having such bad derealization that I was suicidal again. And I was sitting there on the couch just crying. And this was after the Alexa stuff happened. I was just sitting there crying because everything around me felt so fake. And I was laying on the couch in our living room, and I was binge watching Fear the Walking Dead, which made me feel a little bit better, and it took me out of that scary mental situation that I was in, but I still felt it heavy. Like it barely let me escape. I was like halfway escaped from it and halfway still dealing with it. And I remember just being so miserable, just sitting there crying every day, not knowing what to do, feeling like my life was over. And my mom would come home and see me sitting on that couch, and I would not move. I was on that couch 24/7 for like a week or two. It probably was even longer, like 3 weeks. There was also the thought going through my mind of like all the time I was wasting just sitting there, but I was so scared and so lost mentally that I just didn't want to move. I didn't want to get up. I didn't want to face the world. My mom would get mad at me and yell at me, and it made me feel even worse because I was like, I'm going through something and you're sitting here just yelling at me. Like, please, I need somebody to comfort me right now. I don't need somebody coming in here and getting mad at me because I'm not moving, because I'm not doing anything. Like, she would walk in the front door and I'd be still laying there on the couch, and she would just look at me like all mad and yell at me for like literally just not doing anything and laying there and being stuck. And she would get mad at me and be like, we're going to go to the hospital then. We're going to take you to the hospital. I'm like, no, we're not going to the freaking hospital for this. They're not going to know what to do. They're not going to be able to help. And also, antidepressants are literally a no-go. Nobody should take those. They're bad for you. They mess with your brain big time and your health. Don't take those. They don't help you. They're just going to make things worse. The only reason why doctors prescribe it is to make money off of you. Make money off of your depression. Make money off of your mental illness. Like, they don't care about us. They just care about that moolah. Straight up. Bro, what if this video goes viral? That'd be crazy. I just had that thought, like, that'd be insane. Because I know I'm saying a lot of stuff here that would really reach a lot of people. And some of the stuff is, like, triggering to some people. But I don't care. I'm being real. Screw y'all. If y'all want to try and cancel me, you're not going to cancel me. Like, I'm still going to be myself and do my thing. You can tell me to stop, try to stop me. You're not going to stop me. And I hope and pray that, everything works out and that people aren't able to stop me. You know what I'm saying? In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I believe. I believe. Thank you, God. Thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to let you guys know about this derealization stuff. It's real. Look it up online. It is crazy. It's hard to explain because when I say you feel like you're in a dream, it feels like that, but it's not exactly like that. Like, you know, you're real and that you're not in a dream, but everything around you, it just feels like it's off balance almost, and like it feels like you're zoning out and you're like, whoa. And it's kind of that moment where you snap into reality and you're like, whoa, I'm here. I'm at this place. I'm with these people. This is happening right now. And it's scary because it's like this overwhelming feeling of like everything around you is just fake. It feels like, even though it's not. And it feels like you're living in an alternate reality and you're the only one there that knows what's really going on. That's the type of feeling it gives you. And it's scary. That's the best way I can describe it. It's very scary. And it's usually happens to people when they become so isolated that there's something messed up in their brain that makes them feel that way. And if you've never experienced it before, when you first experience it, it can be terrifying. It can be so terrifying that you feel like your life is over, because that's how it felt for me. Just know, if you ever experience it, you're not alone. There's other people out there in this world that have felt the same thing or are going through the same thing, and that you are okay. And you just need to keep telling yourself that, and you just need to start doing your thing and acting like nothing's wrong, and eventually you'll start feeling normal again. Find something that you like doing and start doing it, and tell yourself you're gonna be fine, you're okay, and truly believe it, and you'll be okay, and eventually you'll feel normal again. But it could come back. And if it ever comes back, you just got to do the same thing. You got to calm yourself down, tell yourself you're fine, and that this is just your brain tricking you, making you feel this way, and just keep going about your business. And if you need to, in those moments, it can be a good idea to just find a place where you can just sit down and chill for a minute and recuperate before you keep doing what you're doing. And maybe even like finding a show to watch or playing a video game to get your mind off of it. But yeah, back to this story. So yeah, I was dealing with that stuff, that derealization stuff, and it was the first time that I was ever dealing with it in my life, back in 6th grade. Because I was going through that, my mom and my older brother Sean, they told me that they thought it would be a good idea if I broke up with Anna. They thought that it was adding stress to my life that I didn't need at the time, that wasn't good for me. And also they probably thought I was just too young to be dating, and that my relationship wasn't really a big deal, and that I could just end it and it wouldn't be nothing. But at the time I was taking it serious and I wanted to be with her. But I am glad that we never ended up, it never ended up working out, because looking back at it, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be with someone like Anna. No offense, Anna, but yeah, no. I'm so glad I'm not. Especially nowadays, because I'm trying to follow Jesus. I want to find somebody who's also following Jesus, who's also on fire for Jesus. But yeah, I broke up with her. And when I broke up with her, I literally told her that the reason why I'm breaking up with you is because I'm going through a lot right now, mentally. She didn't know I was going through it because I didn't share it with her. And I told her that I think it would be good for us to break up because I'm going through a lot of stress right now. Or I don't even remember what I told her exactly. I just know that I think I told her that my family thinks that it would be a good idea for us to break up right now, because they think that it's not a good idea for us to be together, because I'm going through a lot right now, and they think it's adding on too much stress to my life. And she got mad and was like, "We're never getting back together ever again." And she had every right to be that way, because she broke up with Nikki, her boyfriend, to get back with me. And then I'm breaking up with her, and she's like, "Really? Like, I got back with you to be with you. Now for you to just break up with me, and now don't have anybody because I broke up with Nikki." That was her fault, though. She shouldn't have broke up with Nikki for me, but we were kids. We didn't know no better. We were just, what is the freaking word? Hormone monkeys. That's what we were at the time. We were hormone monkeys looking for love. All right? Looking for love the wrong way. One thing I will tell you guys, I've never kissed a girl. Even though I was with Anna those 2 years. It didn't last for 2 full years. It was just like months here and there in 5th grade and 6th grade. I never kissed anybody. Never. Because I was too afraid to. Never had sex. I'm still a virgin. I'm actually proud of that. Let's get it. Still got my V card. What it does, got that V card, bruh. That probably looked wrong the way that I just did that. I don't want to have sex with anybody until I marry them. Like, that's the way that a godly marriage is supposed to be. You're not supposed to have sex before marriage or outside of marriage in general. You're supposed to marry before you have sex. And that's the only righteous way of having sex. And it makes so much sense to me now after everything I've learned with Jesus and the Bible and whatnot. Now that I've told you guys all this information, this backstory information about Anna, let's fast forward back to where I was at with the Alexa story. So we're in school. It's 2017. Me and Alexa aren't talking at this point. She was still talking to Jimmy and Kyle and Brendan, but me and her really weren't talking. I think she would send me snaps here and there, but I wouldn't really say anything. I would just like look at them and then that was it. She was getting crazy, but we'll get back to Alexa in a second because I started getting crazy. And I gotta tell you guys about that. So I tried to get back with Anna in high school because I was so desperate to find a girlfriend and get with somebody. After what happened with Alexa, I was just looking for somebody to fill this hole that I had inside of me. That hole that Alexa used to be in that she was no longer in. So I got into contact with Anna and I told her a lie, but I told her this because I wanted to get back with her. And I found out that she was no longer dating anyone. She was single at the time. And I found out a way to contact her. I think it was through Instagram. I added her and I started texting her through Instagram. I told her that I liked her and that I never stopped liking her and that I wanted to be with her. I don't remember exactly how I worded it, but I remember telling her something like that. But to be honest, I did stop liking her. I didn't care to be with her anymore. I saw her from a distance with these other guys and I still thought she was kind of attractive and whatnot, but I saw her with all these guys and whatnot and I was like, yeah, I don't want that. But there was still a part of me that's like, maybe she's changed. Maybe she's a better person. Maybe this or that. Maybe it could work out. So I texted her telling her that to start talking to her. And she told me that she was going through a lot at the moment. And then she told me that she doesn't even remember what happened back in 5th and 6th grade between me and her. She says it's really fuzzy. That's what she's told me. And that she just remembered that we used to date and that's all she remembers. And that's the part where I'm like, well, maybe she did really have some rocks loose up in there because how do you not remember that? But then I also have to be like, well, maybe she was just lying because a lot of people lie nowadays. So many, it's ridiculous. Even if it's a small little lie, like, why are you lying, bruh? Just tell me the truth. Just be real. At that time, her friend group had completely changed. It was still her, Molly, and Hannah, but some of the other girls that she used to be friends with were no longer in her friend group. And I think they had a falling out or something. I don't know what happened. I just noticed that they were no longer like hanging out, no longer friends. But yeah, it was Anna, Molly, Hannah, and then Madison. I won't tell you their last names because I'm trying to conceal their identities, but I will tell you their first names because I don't want to like use just random names that I come up with. I want to tell you guys their real names, but I'm not going to tell you their full names. And I hope and pray that they don't get any kind of harassment or anything like that from this video. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I believe. I believe. Thank you, God. Thank you. They all found out that I liked her and that I wanted to be with her again because I texted Anna and she told her whole friend group and she started talking to this dude named Dakota. The funny thing is that Dakota used to have feelings for my sister. So it was kind of weird. But she started talking to Dakota and her and Dakota started, getting close and becoming friends and then started becoming, boyfriend and girlfriend, like they wanted to be more, but I don't think it really went much of anywhere. Dakota even came and talked to me about it and said that he felt like she wasn't fully committed to him. And that's because she was going through a breakup. It was her longest relationship. I don't know if it's still her longest relationship she's ever had, but it lasted for like 2 to 3 years. I think it was from like 7th grade all the way until freshman year or right before freshman year. Apparently that was her best relationship as well. Like the dude she was with was actually a really good guy. Well, I don't know if he was a really, really good guy, but from what I saw from a distance, he seemed like a pretty good guy. But I also heard from my friend Kyle, because my friend Kyle was friends with him, and his name was Jordan. If I'm not mistaken, I may be wrong. Kyle was friends with him, and he said that being with Anna made him a better person, is what Jordan had told him. They broke up, and I heard this from Kyle, and Kyle told me to not tell Anna or anyone this, and he told me specifically, if you tell her or anybody that I'm not supposed to be telling you this, but I'm telling you this because I don't want you to be with Anna. I don't want you to get in with her because I don't think she's going to be good for you. He told me that the reason why Jordan and her broke up was because Anna started hitting on Kyle, and Kyle went and told Jordan about it, saying that Anna's hitting on me behind your back, and Jordan wasn't having that, so he went and broke up with her. And because of that, Anna was going through her own depression at the time, while I was going through some depression that they didn't even know about. They didn't even know I was going through something like crazy. Like, but Anna was going through something too. She was dealing with her stuff better than I was dealing with mine. I'm gonna tell you that right now, because I was a mess, and she was still, doing her thing at school, making it through the day, not doing anything crazy. I was over there doing crazy stuff, like crying in the corner of the classroom, bro. Straight up. Anna had that breakup with Jordan. Kyle told me about how it happened and whatnot. And he told me not to tell her or anybody, or that he would never be able to trust me again. That's what Kyle told me. This is something he also told me. I don't think I should probably say this because it was messed up, but I think I should because it's real and it's what happened. Kyle was jokingly saying to me that Jordan said something along the lines of her pussy stank, and that the reason why it stank was because of how many guys she's been run through. That was like something that I already pretty much knew was a thing because I've seen how many guys she's been with, but hearing it from them was like confirmation, and that also disgusted me, and I was like, ugh, no shame on them, no disrespect. And please, guys, the people that are watching this, please, no disrespect towards them. Leave them alone. I'm just trying to tell you guys a story of what happened. I'm trying to be real. So after hearing that information from Kyle, and I was already like kind of like begging Anna because I wanted to be with her, and she wasn't letting me because she wasn't interested in me. Well, actually, let me go back a little bit because I just remembered something. While we were in middle school, I think it was either my 7th grade year or my 8th grade year. Bro, I just remember something else too. There was a time where every day after school, and it was either 7th grade or 8th grade, Anna would come up to me, or she would like chase after me after school because she wanted to walk with me as we were leaving the school, because we would walk the same way to go home, but there would be like a part where we would split up and she'd go her way and I'd go my way. I'm quick at getting my stuff because I was very organized. So all I had to do was literally go to my locker, put everything that in my backpack, which my backpack was very organized, so I could just like put it in there like shoop, like real easy, zip it up, put it on my back, make sure my phone was in my pocket, make sure everything was good to go, just walk out of the school. Like that was easy for me. But a lot of other kids were disorganized, and they'd be in their locker going, trying to get like ready to go. And I'm over there just like, nope, grab my stuff, walk out. And so Anna would hurry because she knew that I would be like that. And she would be running after me and be like, wait, and walk up to me. And she would want to walk home with me or walk out of the school with me and talk to each other. That right there was weird because I was like, you're starting to show interest in me. What are you doing? And she would ask me stuff. And then she would also tell me stuff about what's going on in her life. And there was one time that I remember specifically because she was getting lectured by Miss Lloyd. I'm pretty sure her name was. She was the assistant band director at the time. Anna had those jeans that had holes in them, like around the thigh area and around like the knee and stuff like that, because it was like a style for her. And they had a dress code, no holes in your pants or no holes above the knees. She was getting lectured and scolded by Miss Lloyd for wearing stuff like that. She was talking to me about it while we were walking out of school. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I do remember what I said was like the best thing I could have said. And it was straight from the heart. It was real. It was from me. And I remember just telling her something like, I don't remember exactly what I said, so I'm probably completely wrong, but I remember her telling me about that. And I was like, there's no like problem with that. Like, I just told her that I thought it was stupid pretty much, and that you ain't hurting anybody. Nobody cares. It's just a hole in a jean. Why she gotta be like that? I don't remember exactly what I said, but I know it wasn't that. I remember it was something very specific, and it was clean, and it was straightforward, and it was like perfect the way I said it. And Anna, I know she really liked the way that I said it. And she said, you know what, Braden? You're really wise, is what she told me. And I remember that. It's like a core memory that I have, and I'm like, the one good thing that I had between me and Anna. That one line, bro. What it does. That's so stupid. So she was flirting with me and showing signs of interest in middle school after 6th grade. And I think it was during the time that she was dating Jordan. So now that I think about it, she wasn't just hitting on Kyle. She was hitting on me. And she was hitting on other guys probably too. Probably because she was... And I don't know if this is true. I could be making things up. But it's probably because she was a sex addict. She probably saw guys that she thought were attractive. And that was one of the reasons why she had a crush on me in the first place in 5th grade. She thought I was hot. She thought I was attractive. She thought I was cute. Straight up, she told me that. I don't know why, because I thought I was ugly. And none of the girls liked me. All the girls thought I was stupid, even though they didn't realize that I was really, really freaking smart. She probably was trying, to get somewhere with me when every day she would walk home with me or walk out of the school. And eventually she just stopped. Like cold turkey, just like stopped walking with me out of the school. And I think it's because she wasn't getting anywhere, so she just stopped. Now here's the other thing that I remembered from middle school. Her friend Madison, there was a time where I swear she was flirting with me or trying to get my attention. Because, and this is probably going to be wrong, probably going to get canceled for this, probably going to get, whatever, but I'm going to be real. Madison was pretty attractive, not even a cap. She had a really attractive face, and she had an attractive body. She had a nice pair of assets, is what I'll call them. So we were in math class, algebra, middle school, 7th grade or 8th grade. For some reason, out of nowhere, every time that we had an assignment where it was like a group assignment where we would work together, she would ask me to be her partner. It was just me and her, and we'd put our desks facing towards each other. And I'm telling you, she must have been doing this on purpose. There's no way she wasn't, because she had to have known that her assets were hanging out. But she would like lean on her desk in a way where I could see her boobs straight up. I could see her cleavage. And I'm not gonna lie, she was really attractive, but she would sit there like that and work with me on these assignments. And I would try my butt off to work with her and get this assignment, because I didn't want to sit there and not get the work done. But I don't know why out of nowhere she started wanting to be my partner. And now looking back at it, I'm like, was she interested in me and she was trying to get somewhere and it just didn't go anywhere and then she stopped trying? That happens so much in school, bro. I swear. Because there was another girl that did that. But actually I wasn't attracted to her, so it's okay. I just wanted to tell you guys that because Madison was a part of Honest Friend Group during the time, and she still is, I'm pretty sure, during the time of high school when everything went down between me and Anna after the Alexa stuff. And the Alexa stuff is not over. Don't think it's over. It's gonna rear its ugly head again. You get ready. So after learning what I learned from Kyle in high school, and he told me not to say anything or that he would never trust me ever again because he was telling me a secret information that he got from Jordan. He wasn't supposed to tell me this at all. But he told me because he was worried about me and he didn't want me to give Anna because he thought that she wasn't good for me. And he was right. She was not good for me, but I was desperate and looking for somebody. Big time. This dog, bro, need to stop crying. Or like Queso says, this dog need to stop crying. This is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I hate dogs. I hate dogs because they are so annoying to me. All right. That's an unpopular opinion, but I'm just being honest. I hate dogs. They're annoying. I've dealt with them my entire life, and I do not want to have to deal with them anymore. I'm sorry for all you dog lovers out there, but I hate them. Do not bring a dog around me. They annoy the crap out of me. But yeah, back to the story. It went on for like a month or so of me just texting Anna and trying to get back with her, and she was not budging. She didn't want to be with me. And her friends were telling me to just wait and hold up because she was still trying to get over her ex. But I was impatient and desperate, so I kept pushing. And then there was one night where Kyle told me that information. And as soon as he told me, I went and told Anna and confronted her about it. And then I also said some things that I shouldn't have said, and I regret saying them. And Anna, if you're watching this, I am so sorry for saying this to you. I am so sorry. But I literally told her what Kyle told me about how she was hitting on Kyle, and that's the reason why Jordan broke up with her. And then about how Jordan said her PUSSY stank, more than likely because of how many guys she's had sex with, I told her that I thought that was disgusting. I still think it is disgusting, to be honest with you, but I know that I shouldn't have went and told her that. That is just messed up. Immediately after that happened, I got pulled into a group chat. They literally pulled me in. I couldn't do anything about it. They just put me in there. There was no like invite and accept. No, it was like, oh, you're added to this group chat. And it was her, it was Anna, Molly, Madison, and Hannah. And they just started going off on me. They started just like roasting the crap out of me, pretty much bullying me through the group chat because of what I told Anna. Started calling me childish and immature and all these things, and started telling me to blank and blank. I don't even remember. They were just like going off on me. And because of what I was going through at the time with my depression, with Alexa and all this stuff, and my heartbreak, my jealousy, my anger, my sadness, I just remember reading all those messages, and I don't even think I responded. I think I was trying to, but they were just spamming, and I was just like, I can't even get a word in, and they're just eating me up. They're just destroying me in this chat. And these were girls that went to my school that I thought were some good girls, and they were sitting there just straight up ripping me apart. And I know they were trying to defend their friend, but what they did was so messed up. And I know what I did was messed up as well, but y'all shouldn't be doing that to anybody. And I remember just seeing all those messages and just crying. And I literally texted them and I told them, I'm gonna go kill myself. And I told them, I'm not playing around, I'm gonna go kill myself. And then I just stopped texting them and I walked off, and I still had my phone with me. I was in my room, the one that's behind that wall back there. And I walked out of the house slowly and quietly so nobody knew. I walked down the street all the way down there. This is the middle of the night. It was pitch black outside. The only lights you had were the street lights. Walked down the street all the way down to the bank that's way down the street. And I just found a spot in the shadows where they couldn't really see me. And I just sat there and I just started sobbing and crying, because I was just like going through so much, and I was just felt like I just kept digging myself in a deeper and deeper hole. And I just had this crying of like, and I think that's why I cried earlier, because there's this sadness inside of me deep down that I have like tried to forget about and act like it's not there. But there is this deep sadness of the thought of, I'm never gonna find anybody. I'm never gonna find anybody for me. I'm gonna be single and alone for the rest of my life. And I've always wanted somebody so badly. That was a big part of why I just kept crying. You know, I was so depressed. My mom got in her truck and came looking for me because Kyle found out what was going on, because they went and texted him about what I said, because I told him I was going to kill myself. They were worried about me. Like, everyone gangsta until the person tells them they're going to go kill themselves. And they didn't even know what I was going through. So they just like made things worse. But I'm the one who pushed it. I'm the one who asked for it by saying what I said and pushing them. I remember I was sitting next to the bank just crying and sobbing in the shadows where they couldn't see me. Like I was like underneath a tree, and I was sitting up against the wall of the bank, and it was dark where I was at, like a shadowy dark spot where I was just sitting in, so they couldn't see me that well sitting there. Because I knew that, well, first of all, I didn't think they would come looking for me. I just wanted out of the house, and I wanted somewhere to be alone and away from everything and just cry and let my feelings out and just sit there and think and have like alone time. And looking back on all this stuff that happened to me, I know God was there the entire time watching me. And I know that God probably was hurting with me, seeing me and what I was going through and the emotions that I had, and me crying like that. I know it probably made God cry too, and that he was there with me. And he was watching over me, trying to guide me out of this. And I believe he did. And I just want to say thank you, God, for guiding me out of that, because I couldn't have done it without you. Even though at the time I wasn't a full-on believer and I didn't really know anything about you. But yeah, I was sitting there crying in the dark, and my mom drove over to Kyle's house to pick up Kyle, and they were in my mom's truck driving around looking for me. I literally saw them drive by me like multiple times, and they didn't see that I was there, and they were looking for me. They just knew that I left the house, and they didn't know where I was at. And I didn't tell them anything. I kept seeing messages in my phone saying, "Where are you at? Where are you at?" It was from Kyle and my mom. And then eventually they were driving around the corner, and they stopped real slowly, and they looked, and they see me sitting there, and they rolled their windows down and got me to come over there and get in the truck with them. I remember that, and I remember they just drove me home and asked me if I was okay and told me that I can't do that and blah, 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 and that they were worried for me. I think they were so worried they were thinking about calling the cops to come and find me. Like, that's how bad it was getting, even though at the time I didn't see it as that bad because I wasn't going to kill myself. I just wanted people to know I was in that kind of state. That's why I told them I was going to kill myself. Not because I was actually going to do it, but because I felt the sadness of wanting to do it, but not actually going to do it. And I wanted to let them girls know, like, y'all are ripping me apart right now, and this is how I feel. Like, y'all don't know what I'm going through. There wasn't really much said. It was quiet. They just drove me back to the house, which was literally just straight down the road. Then she took Kyle home, and then she came home, and then I went back to my room, and I just sat there, and I was like, F my life kind of thing. That was what happened between me and Anna. After that, I stopped even trying with Anna, and I just kept going on with my life in school. I was still feeling desperate. I was still wanting somebody really bad. So there was another girl in school that I found attractive. Her name was Josephine. Not only was she attractive, but she seemed like a well-rounded person. Like, she seemed like she was a good, down-to-earth girl. And I was really good friends with her best friend, Elizabeth. So I was texting Elizabeth and talking to her and telling her, can you please tell Josephine that I like her? I really would like to date her. Please tell her that I like her. This was like, we were getting into winter season now in school. Well, actually, no, it was fall, but it felt like winter. It was freaking cold because that's how it is. It is here in Texas. We have 2 seasons, summer and winter, blazing hot. And then it's cold as fuck. Which one you want? I remember it was really cold, and it couldn't have been winter because it was before October. I think it was actually sometime in October. Like, it was like the beginning of October. I was texting Elizabeth trying to get her to pretty much be my wingman and help me with Josephine. She told Josephine that I liked her, and I remember that night that she told her. We were at a football game, and it was like nighttime. It was like the sky was black, but we had like the lights from the field lights for the football field. We were in band. Josephine was in band too. So was Elizabeth. And I was in the stands playing stand tunes and then, doing my thing, rolling out the stand for the marching band because I wasn't marching because of what happened and because I was too scared to. I was a freaking pussy. She told her that night, and Elizabeth told me that when she told her that she had a really big smile on her face, like it made her happy. But that was that. There was nothing between me and Josephine. I wish there was, but there was also part of me that's like, maybe she's not the right one for me. And maybe she wasn't. Maybe that's why I didn't work out, because she wasn't the right one, and God was like, no. I got someone better for you. You need to wait up. You need to hold on. And not only that, but also because God was working with me to try and, make me into a better person. I believe that's what that whole experience was about, was literally God taking me through storms to shape me and make me into a better person. Because if it wasn't for that, I feel like I would have went down a really bad path, because I was a very immature, rude, annoying kid. Like, I would do things that were really just rude and annoying, but I was really fun to hang out with. I wasn't fake, I was real, but at the same time, I was a little shit. And there was things that I regret doing when I was like that, like Jimmy and Brennan's sister, Alicia. I said things to her that I shouldn't have said, and I want to apologize to her, but I haven't. I don't have any contact with her. I'm sure I could find contact through social media if I wanted to. I would say things to her like I was just picking on her and just thought it was a joke, but she took it to heart, and I found out not that long ago that she would go cry because of the things that I said, and I would call her an ogre. And it wasn't just her I was calling an ogre. I would call a lot of people an ogre. And I didn't see it as really offensive. I thought it was funny because when I got ogre from Shrek. Like, you're an ogre. But she took it to heart, and apparently she was crying about it because she was probably insecure about the way she looked. And when I called her an ogre, she probably took it seriously and thought that I was calling her an ogre because of the way she looked. So yeah, if Alicia ever sees this video, I'm sorry for saying that. I'm sorry for being the little shit that I was. I know you hated me. I know you were annoyed with me. I know you wish I wasn't ever coming over to that house. That's how I felt. I could just tell, but it's okay. I'm sorry. I did not know what I was doing at the time. I regret being the little shit that I was, and I hope and pray that you, and not just you, but your mom, can see that I've changed and I'm a way better person than I was before. Please. So yeah, that night at the football game, she told Josephine, and apparently it made Josephine happy, but didn't really go anywhere because we never talked to each other. But I probably should have talked to her. Not only did she seem like a good person, but her mom seemed like a good person too. Like, she had a good family. And that's because I'm very observant. So like in school, I was the quiet kid even before everything that happened to me. So I was listening to all the gossip, all the conversations going on in class that I could hear. And I was also paying attention to people and seeing like what they were doing. Not like a stalker, but more of like just seeing what you're doing and watching and paying attention and learning more about who you were from a distance, if that makes sense. My forehead probably look big as fuck right now with this hat, because my hat likes to go back like that. Yeah, I need to stop cussing. I am trying to stop cussing. The only reason why I started cussing in this story is because I wanted it to be more authentic. That's the only words that I know how to describe certain things, and I know that I shouldn't be using those words, and I'm trying to stop. That night that she told Josephine, I got a Snapchat from a random girl that I had no idea who she was or anything, but she started texting me these messages, like pretty much saying that she thought I was hot and that I was gonna be her boyfriend and all this stuff. And I was like, who are you? And she told me that she was a girl from the other school from that football game that we were at, and that she saw me because I was wearing my leather jacket at the time because it was cold. And he told us, Mr. Milton told us that we could wear a jacket because he knew that it was freaking freezing out there. So if we wanted to bring a jacket and wear it over our marching uniform, we could. But when we went to go march, we would have to take it off. So I brought my leather jacket. Oh, I still got it. Hold up. It's old and it's starting to peel, so I don't wear it anymore. It's sad because I didn't get to wear it that much because it's not cold that often. And when it usually is cold, I'm not outside usually. But here's the jacket that I wore. Maybe I wear this the rest of the time I'm telling this story. But this is the jacket that I wore that night. And she really loved it, that girl. And she thought I was so hot. She thought she loved my jacket. She loved my hair. At the time, my hair was not as long as it is now. Now it's like a ponytail down here, but back then it was like bushy up here. She thought I was hot. She thought I was really attractive, and she asked somebody from my school for my Snapchat. And the funny thing is, I didn't even have this person added on Snapchat. They just knew what my Snapchat was because you know how Snapchat works. If there's people near you, it'll suggest them to you. And not only that, but I think it also works in a way where if you have people added on Snapchat, it'll suggest people that they have added. So like he probably saw my name, recognized it from school, even though I didn't talk to him, I didn't know him, and he was like a senior, and gave it to her because she was asking for it. She was like a girl that wanted me, and it's rare for that to happen, so it excited me. But at the same time, I'm not stupid. I started to see red flags. The red flags were crazy. Like she was all up on, not all up on me in person, but like all up on me in Snapchat, like trying to flirt with me immediately, tell me how hot I was, how sexy I was, and how she wanted to do this and that with me. And not only that, but she told me she'd already had sex before with like multiple other guys because she's had previous boyfriends. So I saw the red flags right away. And she was sending me selfies of herself. And I'm not gonna lie, she looked cute, she looked pretty, but she was using a lot of filters. And those filters were what was probably making her look good. And when she took those filters off, not to be offensive, but ain't no way, bro. Like, no. I'm sorry. No. No. Good. Hey, can't do that, bruh. Nah. Also, I noticed that she wasn't sending me like full pictures of herself. She would only send me selfies, but she wouldn't take pictures of herself like where I could see her whole body. And I'm not talking about naked. I'm talking about like seeing what her physique looks like, just like standing in the mirror or something like that. So she was like only taking like close-up pictures of herself, selfies and whatnot, and like showing them to me. And I got excited because she was kind of cute, and I was like, maybe this could be somebody. So I started talking to her. We had literally a marching contest or like a marching band meet or something like that, where we went and like, you know, performed. And she was going to be there too because her school was going there. So she said, when we go there, we can like meet up in person and whatnot. And I hadn't seen her in person. You know what's funny though? Whenever we had a break and we went to like the snack bar at the football game where she like saw me and got my Snapchat, this is a part where I'm like, God was literally pointing things out to me and I didn't realize it. Like I was catching on to stuff that I shouldn't be catching on to, and like thinking like, and then it would happen. And I'm like, what? And now that I'm, you know, a follower of Jesus, I'm like starting to notice these things from my past, and I'm like, God, That must have been you. We went to the snack bar and I remember just sitting there chilling, and I think I got nachos because I just wanted something to eat. And I was starting to get better. Like I was starting to eat a little bit more, but I was still like in that desperate, jealous. Well, jealousy started subsiding. It was more of just like this, still desperate to find somebody and get with somebody. There's two reasons for that. One, I was trying to fill this hole in my heart that I had from Alexa. And I still was jealous at the time, now that I remember it, because of Brendan being Alexa's bestie and taking my place. There was also a part of me, and I'm just now starting to realize this, that was desperate because I looked around and everybody else, or at least it felt like mostly everybody else, had someone. They had a girlfriend. They had a boyfriend. And I would see their relationship and I'm like, I really want that. Why don't I have that? Like, what's wrong with me? Why doesn't anybody want me? There's a part of me that feels like the enemy sent that girl my way and I dodged the bullet because he saw where I was desperate and he was like, ooh, I could probably do something right here to ruin his life or make things worse. But God was like, no, we ain't letting that happen. There was a moment where we're at the snack bar and I was sitting there. I was just standing there by myself because nobody wanted to hang out with me. I was alone, bro. Even my friends weren't even coming up and hanging out with me. And Jimmy and Kyle were in the band. Now that I think about it, they were on the football field because they were football players. So they couldn't even come and hang out with me. Well, actually, Kyle, I don't think he was. Jimmy was a football player, but Kyle decided not to be. It was either that or Kyle didn't make the varsity team, but Jimmy did. Because Jimmy, I remember during my freshman year, he was in the varsity football team. He would play football, and then when it came time to march, he would put on his marching. Actually, they didn't have time to put on their marching uniform, so he would just go march in his football jersey and whatnot, I'm pretty sure. It was either that or they went and put on their freaking marching uniform like real fast, and then they took it off and put on their football gear and went back to playing. We were at an away game when this was happening. We weren't at home. We were like an hour away from where we live. I think we were even longer than that. I think it was like an hour and a half or 2 hours away from where we were at, where we live. Yeah, I seen that girl that started Snapchatting me and going crazy over me, literally talking to the dude that gave her my Snapchat. I don't remember his name. I just know he was a senior at the time. I remember seeing them talking, and I swear I saw them like look over at me for a second. And I just sitting there thinking to myself while I was standing there by myself eating my nachos, are they talking about me? What's going on? And I just ignored it, like F them. If they're like, because I think a part of me at the time was thinking they're probably talking crap about me because, you know, that year I was being really depressed and crying in the corner of the classroom and stuff like that. And there was stuff going on. And that's not normal for me. I never did that until that happened to me, like literally. And I never thought it would happen. I never thought I would do things like that, but I did because of the way I was feeling at the time. So I got a glimpse of her at that football meet or that football game. And then we went to another marching band type of thing. Literally, I think it was the next weekend or it was that weekend or something like that. We met up at that place and we only met up for a brief moment. When I met her in person, bruh, it was like that catfishing show, bruh, where you meet them and they don't look the same and you're like, oh nah, ain't no way, bruh. Hey, cut the crap. But I was respectful. I wasn't rude. I literally walked up to them. They walked up to me. It was her and a couple of her friends, and I was just by myself. My friends dipped because I didn't have any at the time. I mean, Jimmy was there, and Jimmy knew what was going to happen because I told him about it. And when he saw me walk up to her, he literally even jokes about it to this day, but I'm like, bro, please don't joke about that. It's not funny. He saw her, and he was like, okay, Braden. Whatever. He didn't say it out loud, but he was thinking it to himself. And he literally even like said this to me later on. And he has brought it up in our friend group conversations and like made fun of it, which is not cool. Not only did her face not look the same, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. She was not attractive at all to me. And if this girl is seeing this nowadays, please don't take this to heart. Please don't. I know it's going to be hard not to. And I feel bad for even saying it. But I was just like, bro, like that's why you don't sit there and send guys these filtered pictures of yourself or put on all this makeup and make yourself look pretty and send them pictures or like send them pictures of a girl that's not even you. That's just messed up. You're lucky if that guy even still wants to be with you afterwards. Straight up. That is what we call false advertisement. And I know a lot of people are not going to like this when I say this, but makeup, you want to know what I call it? I call it fake up. That's what that is. That is fake up. Now, I think it's okay if a girl puts on makeup and it makes her look a little bit more pretty, but don't freaking cover your face in all this makeup. You change the way you look. You're literally not even showing who you truly are. You're being fake. That's one of my worst fears, is getting with a girl and she's wearing all this makeup and she takes it off and I'm like, oh, who are you? And I'm not stupid. I can tell when you have a lot of makeup on. I'll see it on your face. I'll see how your skin looks all powdered and whatnot, and all the eyebrows that are drawn on, the mascara, the eyeliner, the shadowing, all the other stuff you put on your face to make your skin look better and make it glisten and make it look all nice. I will see that straight away and I will be like, yeah, I don't know what you look like because you have all this makeup on, so I ain't taking no chances with you. What I don't mind is if they put on light makeup, like maybe some lipstick, maybe a little bit of whatever you want to put on your face to make your skin look slightly better, maybe some eyeliner, some mascara, but not like so much to where when you take it off, I'm like, huh, who are you? Just a tip for you girls out there. Just being honest. And you guys can agree with me in the comments or tell me if you disagree. I don't think I'm wrong. I believe in what I just said, but if you disagree, it's okay. We're not all gonna agree. We all have our own opinions. In the comments, let me know, guys. Would you rather your girl show you her real face or put on all this makeup? Let me know in the comments, boys. I like natural beauty over fake up beauty. But yeah, she did not look good. And not only that, but she was, to put this lightly, and to try to be rude, she was a big girl. I didn't really get a good look at her, but I got a good enough look where I was like, yeah, no. It's not just because of her looks that I didn't, stay with her. She gave me all these red flags that I was like, yeah, we are not going to get ourselves in this situation. Because I could just tell it was probably going to be a toxic relationship. She was probably going to be like a covert narcissist, honestly. I could see that. Honestly, not only that, but she probably would have cheated on me. The way that she was just ready to jump all over a guy just because of the way the guy looks. Yeah, she probably would have cheated on me too. I literally asked her out like literally the day before that happened. That's like the only time I've ever asked a girl out because I was confident that she liked me and I was like, okay, you want to go out with me? Because she was straight up. She thought I was sexy. She thought I was hot. She wanted to be with me. So I asked her out. We got together. And then after I met her at that band meet, I was really nice with them. I even shook their hands and I was saying it was nice to meet them and whatnot. We only had a few seconds to talk before we had to walk away and like go back to doing what we were doing. And I remember her texting me saying, if it wasn't for my friends being around, I would have been all over you. And I was like, oh, nah. I'm so glad your friends were around. I gotta take this jacket off, bro, because it's starting to get hot. Yeah, y'all probably hear me singing over here, putting the jackets up. I just be doing dumb stuff like that now because I've been watching a lot of Queso, and I like the parts where he just randomly starts singing, and I picked that up, bro. Now I do it. Yeah. Yeah, I went home and literally like the next day I texted her and told her that it wasn't going to work out and that I was breaking up with her. And I even told her that I'm very, very sorry and that I hope things work out for her and that she does find somebody that truly loves her and wants to be with her. And I told her that I was going through a lot and that I don't think it's going to work out. Bro, I'm starting to get hungry. It's literally almost midnight again. It literally is midnight. Turn on! No! It said 12 exactly, but now it says 12:01. But yeah. And I remember she started spamming me with messages right away. The only thing that I can remember seeing is her saying, I knew it. I sent her that message because I wanted her to know we ain't a thing. I'm done. I'm moving on. I hope for the best for you. But this isn't going to work. I tried to be as nice as I possibly could about it because I already knew what I went through with Alexa and the heartbreak and everything. And I was like, I don't want that to happen to anybody else. I don't want that to happen to anybody else. So I'm going to let this girl off right now before we get too deep. And not only that, but I was at that point where I was like, nope. I've always been that way with relationships where if I think it's not going to work or I'm not attracted to you, I'm just like, nope, we done. I ain't messing around. Because there have been other girls in my past that have liked me. And then like I've said yes to them just to get them to stop bothering me. And then like a week later or like a few days later, I'm like, no, this ain't gonna work. I'm breaking up with you. I didn't tell you guys about those ones because I don't count those as relationships. They're just like me pretty much trying to get them to stop bothering me. And that's pretty much the same thing with her. But the main difference with her, this girl, I remember her name was Ashley, and for short, her name was Ash. You know what's crazy that I've noticed over my time of having girls that like me? There are so many girls that have liked me that have their name starts with the letter A, or girls that I've liked or wanted to be with or thought about or whatever. You have Anna, you got Alexa, you got this Ashley girl. There's another one. She's somebody that I talk to now, and she doesn't know that I like her. I tried to hint it towards her, but I know that I need to be a man and ask her out at some point, but I don't think that she's going to like me the same way. But now that I've grown up, I mean, I'm ready to handle that. But her name is Ava. So you got all these A's, bro. And if she's watching this video, she knows who she is. And now I am exposed. If she got to this part of the video, is dog though. He's crying again. Yeah, the last thing I remember her seeing from her was she was like, I knew it. And there was a bunch of other texts that came through, like a bunch of words, but I didn't read all of it because as soon as I sent her that text, I went to block her because I knew she was gonna freak out. Ever since then, no contact with her. She was cut out of my life right then and there. Gone. And then after that, I stopped trying to go after girls. I was like, yep, I need to stop because this isn't going to work. I just need to wait patiently for the woman that comes my way eventually, that walks down my path. I just felt in my heart at the time that eventually the right one would come my way, or we would cross paths, and that would be the moment where I finally have somebody. And now as a Christian, that has been reinforced to where I'm like, God has somebody for me out there. I don't want to say as a Christian, even though I do believe in the Christianity thing, I want to say as a follower in Christ, because that's what matters most, a follower in Jesus. As a follower of Jesus, I now know that I was kind of right. Just wait until that person comes down your path. God has a person out there for you. If you desire marriage, God has somebody out there. You just have to be patient and pray for that person and wait until God's perfect timing to give you that person. Because God's not going to give you that person if you're not ready for that person. God's going to make sure you're ready for that person, and he'll give you that person when it's the right time. Even if when it happens, it doesn't feel like the right time. It's the right time if God's giving you that person, because God knows best, and he's going to give you that person when it's the right time. You just got to pray for it and look out for that person, because that person could come at any moment. But I do feel like God still has a lot of work left to do with me before I'm ready for a relationship and marriage. But I can't wait, and I'm going to be waiting, and I'm going to be looking out for that person. But right now, there's a lot of stuff that I'm trying to do with my life that I think I need to do in my single season. So yeah, I'm just going to focus on that right now. But yeah, back to the story. So I think it was not long after that, I started watching Tyler 1. I don't know if any of you guys know who Tyler 1 is, but I started watching him. This is back in 2017, and it was right before Halloween. It was sometime in October. I started watching Tyler 1 because I heard about him because he was going viral at the time. He's just this crazy, toxic, funny person. And I was watching VODs on YouTube of him and Greek God X just doing the craziest and funniest things. I died laughing, and it was the first time since I got my heart broken back in July the 6th of 2017 that I was finally laughing again. And I was watching Tyler 1, and I just had this sudden just like realization. It just hit me, and I was like, what am I doing? Because I still wasn't really playing my video games or getting back into YouTube. I was still depressed, crying at home, whatnot, but I was slowly getting better. I was going to therapy, like I said. Shout out Carrie, I think that's what her name was. Shout out Carrie, W therapist. Even though apparently she wasn't like an official licensed psychiatrist, she was somebody that I felt really comfortable coming in and just talking to and telling everything that was going on. W Carrie. I swear that's what her name was Carrie. I'm probably butchering it. Sorry, Carrie. I was watching Tyler 1, and I was watching one of his Scheffler Tyler 1 videos where he was in the kitchen cooking something and being dumb, and I was laughing my ass off. I was laughing so hard, and I had this realization of just like, what am I doing? I need to stop being depressed. I need to stop this and get my life back together and just start enjoying life. What am I doing? And I started trying to get back into YouTube and starting to get things rolling a little bit, starting to play my video games and getting excited about them again and having fun. I was starting to eat food and gain more weight because I lost so much and feeling more happy and more energized. It was just like a flip of a switch. Thank you, Tyler One. I know you probably won't see this video, but thank you so much because you brought me out of that depression. Those videos just laughing at you, bro, doing some dumb stuff, bro, it saved me. It brought me back. It did. Thank you for that funny content. I wish you still did funny stuff like that, but I know you probably moved on from it more than likely because it wasn't for you. It just wasn't your thing anymore. You got tired of it. It'd be funny if Tyler One watches this and I see like a video on YouTube of him reacting and he's just like, look at this little I kept on watching him too. I would like literally just load up one of their random VODs and just listen to the Greek God X and Tyler One just go ham and just do dumb, I want to say dumb shit, but I'm trying not to cuss. Dude, I have listened to those VODs over and over. Like every single VOD you could find on YouTube about Tyler One and Greek God X doing dumb stuff, I have watched every single one all the way through and I've listened to them and I've laughed my ass off. Like I'll be playing video games listening to them, or I'd be like working on YouTube stuff listening to them. It was funny. Later in October, Halloween started rolling around. Actually, sometime in the middle of October, after I finally woke up and realized like, what am I doing? I started putting together my haunted backyard that I do every year. Some of you guys may know that I do this, some of you may not. I do a haunted backyard. It's pretty much a haunted house like for Halloween, but set up inside of my backyard where we set it up with like whatever we can. We decorate it like crazy. We try to set up walls back there so you have to actually walk through a maze and whatnot. And we scare the crap out of people every year. We have like 300 something people or more come through every single year and we just scare the crap out of them. So I started setting up Halloween and I actually wasn't going to, but because I woke up in time, I started setting it up. And that was one of our most successful years where we scared a lot of people. For those of you that are watching that remember this, if any of y'all are watching, that was the year that it got really muddy and it was like water everywhere and it was muddy everywhere. People were literally slipping and sliding while we were chasing them and scaring them. And we had a chainsaw. It was one of those chainsaws where it was like a long like pole with like a chainsaw on the end of it, and we took the chain off of it so you can't cut people with it, but we had it where we were revving it up and going rum, 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 and chasing people with it, and people were like slipping and sliding and running from us and whatnot. It was crazy. It was a successful year, and I remember just like getting in that mindset of like, Halloween's coming, we gotta put this together, and I tried my ass off to put it together and make it work, and we did. And I remember it was me, my brother Johnny. We got out there and made some crazy stuff happen for Halloween that year. We did it real quick and it was fun. Oh yeah, that was the year that me and my mom got out there and we started setting up, was it that year? That's crazy if it was, because I swear that year, it might have been a different year. I don't know. I just know that I got out there and I set some stuff up and we went crazy. I think it was around like sometime after Halloween. I think it was in November maybe. It might have been September. I swear it was. It might have been after though. Yeah, it had to have been after. There was one day where Alexa started texting me through Snapchat, and every now and then she would, send me snaps. Actually, she was pretty quiet when it came to talking to me, but there came a time, and I think it was in the middle of September, where she was trying to reach back out to me and start talking to me again. And she was going down a really bad path. I wasn't talking to her, but I was looking at her story on Snapchat, and she was showing pictures of edibles, alcohol, her being on her munchies because of her getting high off of edibles and whatnot, and probably from smoking them too, smoking weed and drinking alcohol, and showing pictures of her and her new friend, I'm assuming was who it was, because I'd never seen her before. It was some big girl, and I'd never seen her before. I'd never knew she had this friend, so I'm assuming it was a new friend that she got during her she was in her sophomore year of high school, because she was put into school a year early, so she was one grade ahead of us, even though she was the same age as us. We were all 15 at the time. Well, I was gonna be 15 in November. She was already 15 and Jimmy had just turned 15. But that was another reason why I liked Alexa, is because we were the same age, and I've always found that more attractive when the girl is literally the same age as me. Like, I love that. It makes me feel like we're more bonded that way. Like, we're a part of the same year. We were born the same year. We're a part of the same generation, the same exact generation. You know what I mean? We went through a lot of the same stuff because we were raised during the same times. But Kyle and Jimmy actually reached out to me and told me that Alexa was getting weird and that she was sending pictures of herself to them. And she was literally in her bathroom, sitting on the counter, taking a picture in the mirror of her booty. She wasn't naked. She had a shirt on, but she had booty shorts on. It was those booty shorts where you could really see her booty. She was getting all weird and sending pictures like that to Kyle and Jimmy. And she started sending pictures to me where she was like, it was weird. I was like, why are you sending me pictures like that? There was one day where she sent me a picture of like, she had just gotten out of bed and like took a picture of her thigh and like sent it to me as like a streak message for Snapchat. And I was like, why are you taking a picture of your thigh? That's a little sus. And then whenever Kyle and Jimmy told me that she sent pictures of her booty, like sending pictures of her sitting on the counter, showing her booty, I was like, okay, Alexa is going down a path right now. Like, she went down a very bad path, and I don't know if she ever got better, but she started drinking alcohol, getting drunk all the time, doing drugs. There's no telling what type of drugs she did. The only drugs that I knew she did were weed edibles and probably even smoking weed. And she drank lots of alcohol. Like, she got hard liquor and whatnot, vodka and whatnot. I remember that. And she was with her friend just drinking, eating edibles and eating Chicken Express and going crazy. And I think she went down that path because she was looking for a way to cope with all the feelings that she was having, the depression that I put her into, that I am responsible for. And I feel so bad, and I wish I never done that. And I honestly, I've prayed for it before, but I pray that there's a day where me and Alexa will meet and we can sit down and have a mature conversation about what happened, and we can make amends to each other, because I am truly sorry for what I did and I regret it. It's something that I had to live with for the rest of my life. I don't even know if she's still alive anymore, to be honest with you guys. She could be dead for all I know. But one day she started texting me on Snapchat, and I told her, I said, I've seen all the stuff you've been doing on your stories, and I think you're going down a bad path. And she's like, I know, blah, 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 blah. Like, she knew she was being stupid, and she was talking to me a little bit about it. And I was trying to be honest with her. I wasn't trying to be rude. I know I shouldn't have said it. I knew she wasn't going to take it right, but I was in that mindset at the time where I'm just going to be blunt. I'm just going to be honest, because I think people need to hear the truth. I think people need to hear the blunt truth, because that's what reveals what's really going on, and we ain't pussyfooting around it. We ain't sugarcoating it. No, we gonna tell you straight up. I wish more people were like that. And I wish more people could actually sit there and listen to it and not get so upset. This is what I told her. I said, the pictures that you are sending to my friends and the stuff you've been posting on Snapchat, it's making you look like a slut. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I told her. And she flipped out on me and was like saying, you don't know me. You're all the way in Texas and I'm all the way over here. You don't actually know me. The only thing you know is what I tell you. Blah, 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 blah. Like, she hated me. Understandably so. The way that what I did, she has the right to hate me. I remember just seeing all those messages from her. I didn't even respond. You know what I did? I blocked her. I blocked her on everything. And I have not spoken to her since. And that was, I'm pretty sure, sometime in September of 2017. I may be wrong. I just know that it was sometime towards the end of 2017. And I swear it had to have been before October, because October was Halloween. And I remember already being past this in Halloween. I have thought about reaching out to her, but I don't know if I could even find her anymore, to be honest with you. I still remember her full name, so maybe I could find her through that. Or maybe I could find her on the Xbox, but there's a part of me that's scared, because what if I reach out to her and she goes crazy on me? I've wanted to meet her in person. It would be one of those crazy moments for me where I'm like, holy, I am meeting her in person. right now. It got so bad between me and Alexa when all that stuff was going down that she didn't even want to hear me say sorry anymore. I kept telling her I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry when I was harassing her and going through all my stuff. And it got so bad where she was like, I don't even want to hear you say sorry anymore. You don't mean that. If you meant that, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. You wouldn't be saying all this stuff. Stop telling me that you're sorry because you're not. So there's a part of me that's like, if I went to her and told her I was sorry nowadays, she probably wouldn't even listen. She'd be like, bruh, but who knows? It's been 7 to 8 years since then. She probably has changed a lot just like I have. And because there's been so much time apart, she would actually probably be willing to listen. I don't know. The last thing that I heard about her was from my friend Jimmy. And it was a few years ago when he told me this. He stopped talking to her around the same time that I stopped. Brendan and Kyle apparently kept in contact with her, especially Brendan because Brendan was her bestie. And the last thing that Jimmy said he heard about her was that she was tweaking 24/7. And when I say tweaking, like tweaking off of drugs. And I don't know what drugs. It could be anything. The only drug that I know she ever took was weed. I don't think weed would make you tweak unless you go high as like crazy high or something like that. Because I don't do drugs. I've never done drugs. I don't even drink alcohol. I've tried alcohol, but I don't care for it. I've always been that guy in the friend group, that one dude that's like, nope, I don't want it. Nope, I don't want it. That just reminded me of something. Just saying that right there. That's the last thing I've heard about her, is that she was tweaking all the time because she was on some type of drugs. So that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if she's alive. What if she overdosed on something? What if she got involved with some bad stuff? Because when you get involved in drugs, you start getting involved with gangs sometimes, or drug dealers, and bad stuff can happen to you if you get involved with the wrong people. I hope and pray she's still alive. I hope and pray that we meet someday, but I don't know. It'd be crazy if she's watching this video. I hope and pray she does if she's still alive. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I believe. I believe. Thank you, God. Thank you. One thing I wanted to talk about before we keep on moving on with the story, because we're not 100% done, but we're close. After all that stuff that happened to me with Alexa, and not only that, but all the things that I went through in school, I became very distant from my friends. And it's sad because me and my friends used to be tight. Me, Jimmy, Brendan, Kyle. When I think about our past, it makes me want to cry. I feel so sad because I miss the good times that we had, because we used to hang out when we were like in middle school and just play around all the time. We would ride bikes around the town. We would go to each other's houses and play video games. The games that we were into at the time were Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 2, Black Ops 2, Battle Block Theater, and so many other games that we were into, just playing together and hanging out and having a blast. GTA 5, Minecraft, Call of Duty Zombies, Guitar Hero and Rock Band. We used to go to each other's houses and play freaking Guitar Hero and Rock Band. Bro. This is the guitar that I used to play with all the time with them. It no longer works because the wire got loose, but it could be fixed if I had somebody who knew how to fix it. And I have more guitars over there on the wall that need to be fixed, and I hope they get fixed. I even have a drum set over here. Like, I want to show you guys, but I don't want to move my camera from where it's at because it's in a perfect spot. But I got drums over here. I got guitars. I got another guitar back there. I got real guitars over there. Y'all see that back there? Those some games, bro. And a lot of those games, me and my friends used to play all the time. And they're still the same exact discs and everything. Brenton scolded me on having discs still. There's nothing wrong with that. You telling me I'm gonna go buy all these games digitally when I already have discs? Bro, what are you doing? Not only that, but I try to tell him, when you buy discs digitally or games digitally, you do not own that game. Yes, you bought it with your own money, you installed it on your Xbox, but if a game company wants to shut that game down, they can just shut it down and you no longer have access to it, and they're not gonna give you your money back. But when you have a disc, you can pop that baby in and play. Even if they do shut down the servers to the online game, you can go play offline, like on the campaigns on Halo or the Call of Duty Zombies offline on the old games. Bro, we go crazy. What to do? Yeah, y'all see that keyboard back there? We got a keyboard too, but that keyboard broke. I didn't know batteries would explode if you let them in something, because I never had that happen, but I'm assuming it got too hot laying back there and the batteries exploded inside of it and destroyed the springs. Bro, look at this. Look at this. Y'all see the springs, bro? They're broke. They're like gone. They disintegrated. There's only one in there that's still there. And it's sad because this thing works. It's just you can't put batteries in it anymore. It's a freaking keyboard for freaking Rock Band 3. We used to play with this too. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys about like, you know, my friendship with my friends and how we used to just be like tight and we would hang out all the time. We would play games all the time, go to each other's houses. We'd go to the store and buy like pizza and snacks and whatnot and just eat and have a good time with each other. We would go to places together, like whenever Jimmy and Brendan's family were going somewhere, whether it was to like an arcade, bowling, urban air, out to eat, or like just going somewhere. So most of the time we got invited by Jimmy and Brendan and we went with them and we hung out and had fun. And then sometimes I would go somewhere with my family and I'd invite them along and my family would allow it, even though they probably got really annoyed because we were going back and forth with each other's houses. And I know they got annoyed because got to the point where they didn't want us to like spend the night with each other anymore, but we would beg for it because we loved hanging out with each other. We wanted to be with each other 24/7 because that's how much fun we have with each other. But there were those moments where Jimmy and Brendan would fight, and that's just because they're brothers and that's just they had their disagreements. After all that stuff that happened with me and Alexa, everything that I did, like the harassing, sending these people all these ugly messages, threatening them, doing things that they told me not to do, like when I went and told Anna what Kyle told me and he said he would never trust me again. He literally told me, I will never trust you again after that. And after that, me and Kyle, our friendship just like disintegrated. We stopped talking to each other. We stopped hanging out. He was still a part of the friend group, but me and Kyle were never close ever again. Brendan just dipped, like I said. Fake friend. Jimmy was the one that was really stuck around the most. Kyle was there until I betrayed him. I don't know if he's ever forgiven me for that or if he ever will. Jimmy was there. Like, that's why I say he's still one of my best friends. Even though there's times, Jimmy, you don't know this, but there's times where I've been like, why did you say that to me? Why did you treat me like that? Like, there's been times, Jimmy, where I'm like, F you, Jimmy. But then there's also times where I'm like, you know, Jimmy's been there for me. Still to this day, we're friends. We still talk. Like, not even that long ago, we had deep conversations about stuff. Even though it was through text, we still talk every now and then. And on Halloween, he still comes over to help scare. And so does Brendan. Kyle doesn't anymore. I invited him last year, but he didn't. I know that he's busy right now because I heard that him and Marcus are starting or have started their own welding business. So good for them. In high school, my friends, like all my friends, Jimmy, Kyle, Brendan, Sammy. Well, Sammy was mostly just hanging out. He wasn't like involved in all the drinking and whatnot that much. And then like a bunch of other friends, like even John Wesley. I mentioned him one time before in this video. Daniel, Devontae, Logan, Marcus would even be there sometimes. Like everybody you could think of. They would go hang out and drink and whatnot. And because I had went through what I went through, I'm not saying this to be prideful or to think that I'm better than them, but I grew up way faster than they did. I became really mature in high school, like mature beyond my years because of what happened to me, because of how much I learned from it. I just started to feel like I didn't fit in with my friends anymore. I became the quiet kid around my friends. I used to cut up with them, joke, all this kind of stuff. We used to make jokes where we'd be like, kill yourself, just jokingly. But after what I went through, I didn't find that funny anymore. And they would still make jokes like that. And I would just sit there and be like, you shouldn't be telling anybody to kill themselves, ever. Even in a joking way, just because they say something that you don't like, or they say something that you think is cringe or whatever, you shouldn't be doing that. They were still in their like high school phase of like, woohoo, let's have fun and alcohol and drugs. And I was sitting there like, I don't even care for any of this. I would rather be at home working on my YouTube videos instead of sitting here, not even being a part of it, listening to them talk about whatever they're going to talk about and drink. Not only that, but play like beer pong and tear up the place that they were at. The first I let them come to my house and then I stopped that. I was like, nah, I ain't dealing with this every weekend. Jimmy wasn't as bad. Like Jimmy was mainly just there to hang out, but he would drink. He wouldn't drink to the point where the other guys would drink, but he would drink some. He was very responsible. He was the guy at the freaking hangouts that cleaned up after everybody. He got tired of it too, but he still kept hanging out with them. Bro, that just reminded me of some other stuff. So they don't know this. They probably have assumed it, but they don't know this. I started to feel like I didn't fit in anymore, and I just felt like I wasn't their friend anymore. And it made me sad inside. It also made me realize like I grew up and they didn't. And that's why I feel this way. So I'm just going to go home and I'm going to stop hanging out with them and I'm going to just do me. And that's what I did. I stopped hanging out with them. I didn't like what they were doing as well because they did some bad stuff. It wasn't just drinking and drugs. There was some stuff that happened that I heard of that I was like, I'm glad I wasn't involved in those parties. I'm glad I wasn't there for that. Virginities were lost. And not with consent, but with blackout drunkenness. I'm sure there was more that happened that I don't even know of, but that's some of the stuff that I found out about because it was spread around the school. They just better be glad no one got pregnant. And if someone did and I don't know about it, that's crazy. It got so bad that because I stopped letting them come to my house, our other friend Logan started letting them come to his house every single weekend like crazy. Like they only came to my house for a few weekends and then I was like, nah, I ain't having this, and I stopped it. No, they went to Logan's house every weekend for months and months. It got to the point, from what I heard, Logan's parents got tired of that and they stopped letting it happen. Kyle literally drank for the reason of getting blackout drunk. He wanted to get blackout drunk. That was Kyle. Same thing with some of the other people that were there. Brendan sometimes got blackout drunk, but Kyle was the worst, and his friends as well. I just knew that I didn't want any part of that, and I was like, yeah, I'm too mature for this. And I don't even care for drinking. I don't care for any of this. This is wasting my time. I'm out. But it was sad, and it made me feel sad. I even sat there and cried sometimes thinking about the good times that I had with my friends back in the day, and then seeing where we were now, and I was like, bro, like this is sad. But I just started focusing on myself and YouTube and, school and video games and just being myself. I didn't really have any friends anymore like I used to. I was all alone. The only friends that I had were like my stepbrothers, Adrian and Adriel. Aaron is also one of them, but we weren't close. They were like my best friends, Adrian and Adriel. I loved them. I still do. I hope that we see each other again. We haven't seen each other since I think it was either 2020 or 2021 was the last time we seen them. The last time I talked to Adrian on the Xbox, he was really immature, and I was like, yeah, I ain't having none of that. That gave me PTSD from some of my other friends that I've dealt with. I had a friend group with my friend on Xbox. His gamer tag was Mr. in Hellwings 9, but he changed it. His real name is Andrew. I used to be friends with him and hang out with him all the time. We would have a blast. But after all that stuff happened with Alexa, every time that I try to hang out with him, they're just so immature and annoying. And they're like bullies, him and his friend group. I don't know if they are like that to this day, because it's been since 2022 since I last even heard them or heard their voices or anything. And I even told Andrew, the reason why I don't want to hang out with y'all is because y'all are immature and y'all are really rude. He even made fun of me and was like saying that I was a pussy and I couldn't handle a joke. That's the type of stuff that I dealt with after I matured, and I was like, yeah, screw these kids, bro. And I didn't realize it back then because I was immature as well. But when I grew up, I was like, oh nah, like I'm not hanging out with these people anymore. I can't stand them. But yeah, for those of you guys that haven't caught on yet, Andrew and that friend group, they were people that I met online on Xbox, and I used to hang out with them all the time. We used to play Minecraft, we used to play GTA, we used to play zombies. When I say zombies, I mean Call of Duty zombies. Andrew was actually the person that got me into making Minecraft zombie maps. I'll save that for another video because that's a giant story to tell you guys if you guys want to see that. There's one thing that I remember about Andrew. There was one moment that I remember. Whenever all that stuff was happening to me with Alexa, I didn't know where else to turn. And there was a moment where I invited Andrew to a party on Xbox, and I started telling him what was going on and what was happening in my life. I was crying and sobbing, telling him this story because it was just that bad. That's how much I was hurting. That was the one and only time where he's ever heard me cry like that, or cry in general. And it surprised him. It shocked him. I could hear it in his voice. He was not ready to join that party and hear that. He felt so bad for me that he literally went and found her profile. I think he even asked me what her profile was, and he went and invited her to a party and told her off because he he was so upset with me coming and crying to him. And he was like, he went into protect my friend mode, which I appreciate that a lot. But to be honest, I wish he didn't do that, because in reality, I was the one in the wrong. Alexa wasn't. But the way that I was painting it out to be, I was painting it out to be like Alexa was this monster, when in reality, I was the monster. When he went and did that, it just made it worse for Alexa. I'm sure that scarred her, because Alexa came and talked to me about it, and she was like, who is he? Like, I don't even know who he was. She said that like hurt her big time, like when that guy came in and said that to her. Dude, Andrew, if you're watching this, if you're listening to this, there's times where I think about all the good times we had playing Minecraft and doing the Minecraft zombie maps we used to do and playing Call of Duty Zombies together. There's times where I think about those times and it makes me want to cry, because I think about them and I'm like, those were some good times and I miss them so badly. And there's a part of me that wishes I could have that back, that we could have that friendship back, where we could just hang out, play Minecraft, build Minecraft zombie maps, play Call of Duty Zombies and whatnot. But I know that it probably won't ever happen, because I know you moved on from making Minecraft zombie maps and whatnot, and you're not interested in that anymore. So that happening, I don't think would ever happen again. I miss that, Andrew. I know you're not entirely a bad person, but you were really immature, and I don't know if you still are. That's why I stopped hanging out with you. I just couldn't stand you anymore. I couldn't stand you and your friends. Just being straight up honest. But I do hope and pray for the best for you and your friends. For real. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I believe. I believe. Thank you, God. Thank you. It's funny because I still have him added on Xbox, but we don't talk anymore. And I know that he moved on to PC gaming, but he still has his Xbox account, and I see him on every now and then. Sometimes I see him on a lot, but I just hope and pray that one day we reunite, but I don't know if it'll happen. We'll see. And if we do reunite, it'll be because God wanted us to. And if we do, I know that it will be good, because God will be the one allowing it to happen. So yeah, I felt really distant from my friends. Now we're in our junior year of high school. I mean, we've been there. I just didn't say it out loud. A lot of the drinking and stuff started going down during our junior year. Like, they were drinking all the time. And also, Kyle does dip. I don't know if he still does it, but he was really bad about that. He was so bad that his gums were freaking receding and his teeth were going to fall out if he didn't stop. But he was addicted to it. Junior year of high school, there was a girl. Her name was Vanessa. She literally came all the way from Germany to my town, which is a small town in the middle of nowhere in Texas, and came to our high school. And when I first saw her, at first I didn't think much, but then I got another glance and I was like, she is really attractive. Like, really attractive. Like, she was my type. Straight up. When I saw her, I was like, that's the girl right there. I hadn't tried anything since that girl Ashley back in my freshman year, but my junior year, I was trying to get with Vanessa, but it didn't work out because she didn't feel the same. And also because the way that I approached her was the same way that I approached some of the girls back in my freshman year, where I just like put like a note in her locker and hoped that it was going to work out. There's some parts of this story that I'm not even sure if they're real, but I do want to tell them because I think they're important. And the reason why I don't think they were real is because I never heard it from anybody's mouth. It was never confirmed to me. I observed from a distance and I could catch on to these things, and I was like, really, bruh? And you know, it was funny, and I even told my stepbrothers about this, Adrian and Adriel, because I was really close with them. I had a dream before my junior year, during the summer, right before we went in my junior year. I had a dream of this girl. I knew that we were like at school, or we were like on a field trip school-wise, and there was this new girl in our school. In the dream, I remember this girl, I was just very attracted to her. I didn't know who she was. In the dream, I remember specifically she was wearing a green shirt, just like a plain green shirt. It was like a regular green, not a light one or a dark one, but like a regular green. We were at like this place, a field trip. It was almost like a giant like playground, but for like adults, for like kids our age, like almost like an urban air. And I just kept seeing this girl from a distance, and I was like, she's really attractive. But then come to find out, this girl wanted to be with me. In the dream, it was like we got together and whatnot. And it's probably just my subconscious really wanting somebody, making a dream up like that. But it was right before junior year, and then we went into our junior year, and there was this girl. Vanessa from Germany, and she looked very similar to the girl in my dream. Not exactly the same, but very similar. I was thinking like maybe this is a sign, like maybe she's the one, like maybe my dream was trying to tell me something, because I am that type of person to think that way. My friends don't know that because they're the type of people that make fun of people like this. There's times where they've made fun of Jesus in school, like they mocked him, and I was like, GG. But I never stood up for that stuff or spoke out because I was always afraid of judgment or afraid of conflict. I still am to this day, but in reality, I really wanted to tell Kyle in that moment where he mocked Jesus. I still remember this to this day. It was in Miss Inger's class. It was not just him, it was also Jimmy, and they were like laughing about it. I really wanted to tell him, you shouldn't be saying that. But I know if I would have done that, it would have shocked him, and then he would have probably made fun of me or laughed at me or thought I was cringe, because that's how Kyle is. There's parts of Kyle that I would say are very judgmental. Same thing with Jimmy. There was times where I felt like I couldn't be myself around them in high school, you know what I'm saying? Almost all the time I felt like I couldn't be. I still do to this day, and they don't even know that. Yeah, this girl Vanessa, I thought she was very pretty. I thought she was very attractive. So I put a note in her locker. It was a little index card. I don't know if you guys know what an index card is. I introduced myself. I was like, hi, my name is Braden Castro. And then I told her that I thought she was very pretty and she seemed like she was a really nice girl and that I had a crush on her. I was scared, and I literally put it in her locker at the end of the day, right before school let out. And then I literally got on Snapchat and seen that she posted a picture or a video of her looking at the card, and like her and her friend Susie, and I knew Susie, not like very well, but I grew up in school with Susie and she knew me. We didn't know each other closely, but we knew each other pretty well. I'm talking so much that I'm losing my voice, but I'm trying to finish this story before I go to bed tonight. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. I felt very exposed when they did that. All of the people that saw her story, which was like all the people in school, saw that card. I didn't even say, I just remembered. I didn't even tell her what my name was. So like the card didn't expose my name. I forgot that. I messed that up. I said that I wrote my name down, but I didn't. I remember I wrote down that I thought she was really pretty and she seemed like a nice girl and that I had a crush on her. And this was like the very beginning of the school year. Like I'm talking September. I had matured more at that point in my junior year. So I was trying to go about it in a way that was more mature, even though I was still doing it the same way where I was like just writing a card and putting it in her locker. But I was trying to be mature and word myself right when I messaged her and wrote that little card. That was also the reason why I didn't write my name on it, because I felt like if I did, I would have exposed myself and I didn't want to do that again. I wrote that just to see what kind of reaction I would get and the thought of maybe us being together. Literally, we started texting on Snap that day. We added each other and she told me that she was already talking to somebody, and that person was somebody that we called Tooter in our school. Yeah, Tooter's a funny name, but his real name, I actually don't even remember his real name. I just know we called him Tooter. I did not like him. There was a moment me and him had a long time ago where I cussed him out because he threw me off a trampoline. And I think it's because he had a pride thing, and his family's known for that, being very prideful and arrogant and ignorant and egotistical. They're bullies. And I've seen his older brother bully my sister, and they're lucky my older brother didn't come in and freaking put them in their place, because he would have put them in their damn place. He would have scared the crap out of them, and he thought about it. But he didn't, from what I understand, for what I know. Yeah, a long time ago, I was with Jimmy, Brendan, and Tooter, and then EJ. And we were playing on a trampoline at EJ's house. And we had the trampoline was right underneath a tree that had like branches going up and over it. And they tied a big, thick rope to one of the branches, and they would play what they called King of the Rope. I'm pretty sure is what it was called. They would pretty much hold on to the rope and see how long they could last on it without somebody taking them off the rope. And we would like wrestle and like knock each other around and play on it, and it was fun. I got on the rope and started like holding on, and like nobody could get me off of it. I was just like boom, boom, boom. I was kind of being a little bit of aggressive, if I'm being honest. And Tudor didn't like it. I could see it in his face. I was looking at him and he looked like he was starting to get mad. And then I was just sitting there, and Tudor full on rammed me off the trampoline with all of his force. And I went flying off the trampoline and hit the ground really hard. And I just remember being so mad because I knew that that was probably going to happen. I could see it building up in him. And when it happened, I wanted to get back up on that trampoline and fucking strangle him to death. That's how much I was pissed off. I wanted to beat him to a pulp. And I could have. He didn't stand a chance against me because I was way bigger than him. And I could have went up there and easily just grabbed him and just went... But I didn't. What I did is I started crying because I was so angry and I wanted to just get him so bad. But I know that I probably shouldn't, because that's how I get when I get angry and I want to beat you up. I'll start crying because I'm so mad at you. It's that anger of like I told you guys earlier, I'm so mad and I want to beat the crap out of you, but I know I shouldn't, and I'm just crying because I want to so badly. But I got up and I cussed him out and I was crying, and then I got on my bike and left. And then Jimmy and Brendan got on their bikes and followed me because I was spending the night at their house that night, and they followed me because they knew that they had to, because I'm not just going to go to their house by myself and wait for them. So they left and followed me, but I wanted to kill them so bad. I just wanted to tell you guys that backstory real quick because Tooter's coming into the story that I'm telling right now. Vanessa said that she was already talking to somebody, and that somebody, I'm pretty damn sure, was Tooter. He wasn't even in my grade. He was in Brendan's grade. He was a grade below me. And I was like, bruh, like out of all the people you could be talking to, you're talking to this guy. But I didn't say that. I kept it to myself. I was just like, okay, if you're not interested in me and whatnot, it's okay. And I just moved on with my life, hoping that maybe at some point she would reach out to me and we would start talking and things would go somewhere. But no, they didn't. I don't think things really went anywhere with Tooter either, from what I saw from a distance. There was literally a point where my friends, Jimmy and Brendan and Kyle, they were trying to help me and they were trying to kind of like hook me up. They invited Vanessa to come over to my house and drink and hang out. And then that night, apparently she got busy and had to do something. And I don't know if that was because she didn't want to come to my house because of me, or if it was because something actually came up and she was busy. Not long after that is when I stopped letting them come to my house and hang out and drink because they would leave my house a freaking mess. Not only that, but I got tired of cleaning up their throw up and taking care of them when they were drunk. And they got blacked out drunk. And not only that, but I didn't care about the drinking. I didn't care about all the stuff they were doing. I felt like I didn't fit in anymore. And I felt like it was a waste of my time. I was just sitting there, not even really being a part of the conversation. Like I literally was not a part of the conversation. I was just there listening. So I just felt like a big waste of my time. And you know, it's funny. They came to my house to hang out and drink, but you're not going to give me any attention. You're not going to say anything to me. You're just going to be in my house and party and have fun. Nah, I ain't having that. Wasting my time, and feels like you're just using me, literally. So I stopped letting them come to my house. I shut that blank down. And then they started going over to Logan's house. And like I told y'all earlier, they got tired of that and shut that blank down. But it took a while before they shut that blank down because they were out there for like months and months and months and then stopped because their parents had enough, or Logan's parents had enough. I think Logan even started getting tired of it as well. And it was mainly Kyle that was egging it on because he was like, every weekend, let's go drink and hang out. Blah, 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 because that was his way of having fun, was hanging out and drinking on the weekends and getting blacked out drunk, literally. It was so bad that when he would go to school, he would be hungover and feel miserable, but he kept doing it. And I don't know why. Maybe he was going through something. Maybe deep down inside, it was his way of coping with something. But every weekend, blackout drunk time with all the boys. Me excluded because I left the group and I was like, nah, I ain't having none of this. Y'all wasting my time. I'm trying to be over here being a YouTuber, not sitting here hanging out, taking care of drunk people. Now here's where this is why I brought up Vanessa. Not only because I wanted to know you guys know there was another girl after that during my junior year. She was the last girl that I ever tried to get with, straight up. But I found out, and I may be wrong about this, but I think I'm not tripping, and I actually found out about this. Apparently, Brendan grew a crush on her. I don't know why he did, but I'm assuming it's because they started inviting Vanessa and her friends to come and hang out with them on the weekends at Logan's house and drink and party and everything. And it's funny because the times that I went out there, here and there, just to try and give them another shot and see if I actually wanted to hang out, they wouldn't show. They wouldn't be there. But then whenever I was gone, Vanessa was there and all of them were there. I'm assuming Vanessa and Brendan started hanging out and talking, and I think Brendan had a massive crush on her at one point, and was trying to get with her, and they told Brendan not to do it because they found out, Vanessa wasn't a good person. And I don't know if this is true or not. I may be wrong. So please take this with a grain of salt. But apparently she was the type of person that wasn't looking for a real relationship. She just wanted a fuck buddy. She just wanted somebody to fuck. I don't even know if that was true or what. It also was kind of crazy to me. And I don't even know if Brendan ever knew that I had a crush on Vanessa at one point. But it was like, bruh, if you knew I had a crush on Vanessa, why are you trying to get with her? If you're one of my friends, that's not right. So yeah, that's pretty much about where things just kind of went smooth sailing from there. Literally, during my junior year, we got let out for spring break, and then we heard that we weren't going to be coming back for 2 weeks. And we were like, yeah, we got 2 weeks of spring break. And then we got the news not that long after, we ain't coming back at all. And that was when the pandemic happened. 2020. I'm at home, like I said, living lavish. Straight up. Got everything I need. Big chillin'. Working on YouTube. Living life. My senior year, I did all online, and I cheated my way through the whole thing so that I could get my diploma and graduate. I never went back to school since I left for spring break my junior year. And when I look back, it's so sad. Like, it makes me want to cry thinking about it, how I missed out on my senior year. My friend Jimmy even said that it was really weird me not being there. Like, it felt like there was a hole, like there was something missing. I wish I was there. A part of me really wanted to be there, but I didn't want to go in because my social anxiety got bad. I already started online school. I was committed. I didn't want to go back in because the thought of, not having as much time as I could have doing online school for YouTube. That's why I did online school, because I didn't want to go back to school. I wanted to freaking focus on YouTube and do my thing. I graduated, but I didn't get to walk the stage. I never walked the stage. I went up to the school after the school year ended and picked up my diploma from the principal's office. Well, actually from the secretary that was there, because she was the one that was holding on to the diplomas. And the principal for our senior year was actually this dude that took over, some like ex-military dude. And when I went to go pick up my diploma, he literally asked me, "Are you gonna go to college?" Blah 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 blah. And so did Miss Henning, I think is what her name was. And I didn't tell them, but I was just looking at both of them like, y'all are some old school phonies. Straight up. I already had that mindset, and I still have that same mindset nowadays. College is a waste of money and time. The only reason why it wouldn't be is if you actually need to go to college to get the job you're trying to get. Like if you're trying to be a doctor or some extreme job like that. If not, college, in my opinion, is a waste of money and time. It is a scam to put you in debt at an early age so that the government can just make so much money off of you and the colleges. It's a scam. And I didn't tell them at the time, but I really wanted to tell them college is a scam. I'm going to be a YouTuber. But I know they wouldn't have understood that. They probably would have laughed at me. I just remember standing there, listening to them talk to me real quick. I grabbed my diploma, shook his hand, shook both of their hands, and they congratulated me on, getting my diploma and graduating. And then I walked out. That was my way of graduating. I didn't get to walk the freaking stage. I walked in there, grabbed it, walked out of the school. I didn't even get to walk the stage. I really wanted to, but they wouldn't let kids who were online walk the stage. And they said the reason why they wouldn't do that is because the kids voted on it. The senior kids were prideful and they voted against it. And they said if they weren't here, they don't get to walk the stage with us. That's what I heard from my cousin Devontae literally last year. I was like, that's messed up. Because I wanted to walk the stage of all of them, but I didn't get to. I had an opportunity to do so, but if I wanted to, I had to go back to school for the last week, which I know that wouldn't have been bad at all. It was just 1 week. And not only that, but it was senior week, so we would have been just hanging out and having fun, which there's a part of me that wishes I would have done that, so I could have walked the stage and got to see everybody for one last time, and be able to show up and everyone be like, hey, it's Brayden. Holy shit, he's here. But I didn't do it. And after I heard that they voted against it, I felt so betrayed by my classmates. Like, really? I've been with y'all since pre-K, most of y'all. Y'all really gonna do that to me? I'm trying to come up here and see y'all and graduate with y'all. But no, I don't get to walk the stage. I gotta go in school, pick up the diploma from the office, walk out. Gangster. And pretty much ever since then, I've been grinding YouTube. I've been grinding before that, like during school. But when I was in school, it was so hard because I would go to school, be there for 8 hours, come home, be tired and hungry. I would eat, I would feel tired and not want to do anything and just go to sleep or play video games. I wasn't getting any work done on my YouTube stuff. I was getting stuff done here and there, but not that much. And it wasn't until I finally got out of school, like my senior year of online school, that I was able to sit down and put a lot of work and effort into what I was trying to do. I learned a lot, but it wasn't until 2022 that I started my Call of Duty Zombies channel. It's the first channel I've ever had on YouTube that's had any kind of real success. And you want to know why? The literal Bible for YouTube right here. Yeah, I'm covering his name up. I need to show his name. Daryl Eves. Godfather of YouTube. Giga Chad, bruh. Straight up. Big man. Mr. Beast forward. It's the beginning of the book. There's a part of it written by Mr. Beast. I remember being so stuck and not knowing what I was doing with YouTube and feeling like I needed to like figure out what I was doing wrong. I already bought this book and I had it for a while because I knew that it was like the holy grail of books for YouTube. And I've been listening to Daryl Eves on his live streams and other YouTubers. Like I studied like crazy to try and get better at YouTube. And I stopped myself and I was like, okay, I need to stop what I'm doing, sit down and read through this whole book. The reason why there's a bookmark in it is because it's on a page that I go back to every now and then when I need to. It's a part of the book where it talks about titles and thumbnails. Sometimes I go back to that part to, you know, look at it and get some inspiration / wisdom when it comes to YouTube. I read through the whole thing. It took me 3 weeks to read through the whole thing because I'm a slow reader. Because I'd be reading it and then I'm like, wait, what did I just read? And I had to reread it over and over. And I learned so much about YouTube and what I was doing wrong. And I remember after reading that book, I tried my hardest to set myself up and get ready to make content for a brand new channel I was going to make. I knew I needed to start a new channel fresh and not tell anybody about it and just let YouTube organically grow my audience. I had to pick one thing that I wanted to do with YouTube, even though I have like 10 plus different things that I want to do. I had to pick one thing and go with it. And I picked Call of Duty Zombies because Call of Duty Zombies was the one thing that I was really, really good at. Like it stood out when it came to all the other things. I knew that it was the one that I had the most knowledge about, the one that I was the best at when it came to playing the game. Like I'm really good at the game. And I thought about all the ideas that I could come up with the Call of Duty Zombies channel. And I was like, there's infinite ideas. So I started one back in 2022. And now the channel is at 1.6K subscribers. It has been slow the last 2 years or like year and a half. And I'm trying to get the momentum back to where it was. Because there was a point where I was getting thousands of views per video on that channel, but now it's slowing down to where I'm getting like 300 views per video, which is way better than, you know, before I started this channel, but not where I want it, not where I need it, so that I can live off of this. And that freaking train is going, I know you guys can probably hear that. I'm waiting for it to pass. Wait for it to pass, not past. W video. We're almost done with it too. That's cool. Bro, you already passed the freaking intersection. Stop honking the damn horn. Okay. He stopped honking it. That sounded really wrong. You know what I mean? But literally now it's 2025. I still have the Zombies channel. I don't want to give up on it, but there's a part of me that feels like I should and try something else. I have a big video that I've recorded and I'm still in the process of editing it. To be honest, I haven't even started really editing it that much, but I need to start editing it. But I felt really hard and really deep in my spirit within me, the Holy Spirit, that I needed to literally record this video and tell this story. I've been feeling like this ever since I invited the Holy Spirit into my life, and I'm finally recording it. It's been about a year or so since then. I just feel like this video, there's even been times during this video where that I've been telling the story that I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be a viral video. This is gonna go crazy. And it's not about it being viral. It's about getting this message out. It's about telling the story so that people can relate, so that people can feel like they're not alone, so that people can learn more about me. And not only that, but so that people out there that I may have hurt, or people out there that don't understand what really happened to me, they can watch this video and have a better understanding of what happened. And it's also kind of my testimony in a way of how Jesus saved me. I was in a very bad place, and even though at the time I didn't even believe or think about Jesus, I believe that he was there guiding me, and that he made sure that I made it out alive, and that I made it out not only alive, but I grew from it so much. Y'all out there that don't believe in Jesus, I just want to encourage y'all to do your own research and to go out there and learn about him. But be careful who you listen to. Be careful what you get into, because some people are spreading false information about Jesus and the Bible. I recommend y'all go listen to George Janko's podcast. And there's some other podcasts that I would go and listen to, like Girls Gone Bible, the Bryce Crawford podcast, Lecrae's Deep Dive, I think is what it's called, podcast. I barely listen to his, so I don't even really know the name. I listened to one of them today. Go listen to Cliff Mitchell about Jesus. He has a lot of videos on YouTube. If you type his name in on YouTube, you'll find him. I'm sorry I mispronounced your name, Cliff. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Cliff Connectly. For a while there, I thought it was Cliff Mitchell, but eventually I learned that it was Cliff Connectly. And I encourage y'all, if y'all feel like y'all need to keep, learning about this stuff and that you need to know more, go buy a Bible and start reading it. And the Bible that I recommend, and the only reason why I'm recommending this Bible is because Johnny Chang, another person that I listen to on YouTube about Jesus, he recommended this Bible, and I trust him a lot. So I'm going to recommend it too, because he said that it's like the most accurate Bible, most trustworthy one you could probably get from what he understands. The King James Bible, the King James version of the Bible. Buy one of those and just start reading it. And you don't even have to start at the beginning. Just open it up and start reading it. I don't know where you should start, because I haven't really read the Bible that much myself. All I have is this New Testament one, and I've only gotten that far into it a little bit. And this one I got when I was baptized a long time ago, back in like middle school, I want to say. I've only read a part of the book of Matthew. But for those of you that don't know, the Bible is not just one book. It is many books in one giant book. So you could start in so many different places in the Bible and just start reading it. I really hope this video touches a lot of people and it helps a lot of people. That's what I pray for, straight up. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I believe. I believe. Thank you, God. Thank you. I know in my spirit that I need to get this out there. Whether it blows up or not, I need to get it out there. If one person is saved, that's all that matters, as long as one person is saved. I just want to talk about Alexa a little bit, because this was the main focal point of this story, was Alexa and what happened between me and her. Alexa, if you're listening to this, if you're watching this, please reach out to me. Please. I just hope you're okay, Alexa. I know what I did was wrong. I see that now. I've seen it for a while. I just never came back and told you. But I know that I was in the wrong, Alexa, and I'm sorry. I know that if I just didn't act the way that I did and just moved on, we would probably all still be friends. We'd probably all still be hanging out. And you probably wouldn't have gone down that bad path you went down. I feel like I'm part to blame for it, and I'm sorry. And I really hope you're out there still and that you're okay. And I hope you reach out to me in some way, shape, or form. One way you can reach out to me is if you want to reach out to me on this YouTube video, or if you want to go on the Xbox and reach out to me. You can go reach out to me there, Alexa, if you're watching this, and text me. And if I see you and I recognize you and I know it's you, and you prove it to me, we can talk. I'm ready to talk. Well, actually, I don't even know if I really am ready. I'd be terrified, but I know that I need to. And I would love to just break that chain over you if it's still on you, and over me if it's still on me, that bondage that we might be in. I just want to say I'm sorry. I was so wrong back then, and the way that I treated you and everything that I said, I was literally like a freaking monster. Like I said earlier, I was the monster. You were not the monster, I was. I hope that we reunite and maybe we rekindle our friendship. If not, that's okay. As long as we get to reunite and talk to each other about what happened and be able to bury the hatchet, that's all I could ask. Even if you don't forgive me, it's okay. You don't have to. As long as I get to see you one more time and talk to you and be able to admit to you straight to face how wrong I was. I just hope and pray that God continues to use me and that God takes me wherever it is He wants me to go. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I believe. I believe. Thank you, God. Thank you. Is there anything else? I want to say I don't think so. I guess I'll see you guys in another video if I continue this channel. We'll see. This is going to be crazy.